Hello. Welcome everyone to the sixth round of the Asian Games 2023, which is some people call Asian Games 2022 because it was supposed to happen last year, but it did not. And now we are here with chess as a part of the Asian Games, and today is a big round in the open section because India takes on China in the men's section, and in the women India takes on Uzbekistan. So that is something which is going to be very fascinating, and we are going to watch out for what is going to take place. Let me just show you the standings first, what has transpired until now, and I think you will get a very good idea of why this round is so critical and crucial for India and the medal hopes. So, firstly, this is where the standings are. Iran is leading there with 9 match points. You see this over here. You have to look at the MP match points. Iran is leading with 9 points, and then next to Iran is India with 8 points. This is in the men's. Then we have Vietnam, who is on 7. Mongolia, Uzbekistan, and China are on 6. So, India really has very well settled itself for the silver medal. But can we win gold? That is the big question, because today the pairing, this is the one. Vietnam takes on Iran, and that's a big game there, because if Vietnam manages to hold Iran, our chances of winning the gold improve. And Le Quang Liam is in Vietnam, so that's a big match. But India takes on China. We have to beat China, which is not going to be easy, because they have Wei Yi, they have Bu Jiangji, they have Ma Kun, there is also Zhu Yuha. So it's a very strong team that they have. We're going to look at these games. Now, coming to the women's section, China is leading with 14 points, their game points, but 9 match points over there. And then India is in the second position there with 8 match points. Although our game points are more, match points, you have to see the MP column there. India is at number 2 position. So in the women also, we have a very similar situation, and we will see how this works out. Okay. And today the pairing is Vietnam takes in China. So, our hope is on Vietnam today. कि भाई Vietnam open में you do something against Iran, and in women do something against China. Although the Chinese women team looks very strong with Ho Yifan and Tan Zhongyi, and they have like amazing players in their squad. India takes on Uzbekistan. This should be a relatively easier battle for us, but we will come to it. Now, let's go to our commentary let's look at the games. Firstly, the big matchup for today is Gukesh versus Wei Yi. And why is this such a big matchup? Because you can say that before Gukesh burst out on the scene and crossed 2750, the biggest talent in the world, okay, in between there was Firuza, but one of the biggest super talents was Wei Yi. And he was the youngest to reach 2700 ELO, which he managed to do at a very tender age of 15 years. So that's the reason why this is a very interesting matchup. Kushal Kolgaonkar says we are all Vietnamese today. Yeah, let's hope. Okay, firstly, Gukesh opens with 1 e4 against Wei Yi. He's like, yes, let's go for e4. And I think Gukesh is under some mental stress for sure, because yesterday he was in a drawn position against Parham where he resigned. And that actually was a big half point for Team India. So will Gukesh recover from that is the big question. And by the way, from our bars, we can see that Arjun has been rested today as well. He's not playing. We have Gukesh versus Wei Yi. We have Bu Jiangji versus Prag. It's not Ramesh, but Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu. So it's written Ramesh there. Vidit Gujarati versus Ma Kun. and Zhu Yuha versus Pentala Harikrishna. In the women, we have Humpy versus Nilufar. Humpy already has an advantage for herself. We have Vantika taking on Afruza, and we have Savita taking on Malfuna. So basically the same teams like yesterday. Harika rested in women and Arjun in men. Shaurya Singhal is, why is Arjun getting rested for these important games? I'm not sure. It seems like a team strategy. So not so sure. But let's hope that this strategy works out. Pakka Telugodu says, if India wins today, will it have chance of winning gold? So India has to win all their matches for sure. But on the other hand, we have to hope that Iran today drops a point at least against Vietnam. So we'll also follow Vietnam-Iran game. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, and now Bishop to B5. So Gukesh goes for, guys, what's the name of this opening? Persevere says the text on the bars is not visible. Maybe I should create more space for the bars, right? We are not using the space on our screen so well. Because like if I make this bigger like this, but then it covers the scorecard. Maybe till Amruta is not here. Well, we will make do with this, you know, for now. We'll make it slightly bigger here. Should be okay, guys. Yes, it is the Rui Lopez. Rui Lopez, you are correct, guys. Many of you have found this answer. Rui Lopez is the correct opening, or the Spanish as they say, Knight F6. So he goes, A6 is like the main line of the Rui Lopez, but Knight F6 leads to the Berlin endgame. Now we'll see if Gukesh goes for castles, which leads to the main lines of Berlin endgame, and which is very complicated, but also a little bit like going into the endgame and stuff like that. Gukesh says, sorry, this is the anti-Berlin. I am not going to allow you to play the Berlin. So he goes Bishop to C5. And now, one of the main lines here is to take the knight on C6. But don't be tempted to take the pawn here, as we've discussed this on several occasions, and I want to use this opportunity to drive home this point. What should black play here? We'll use our chat chess moves as the first question for today. What do you play here as black? Yes, Rakshit Singh with the right answer. Beloglavi Soup, Rajesh. Let's see if our chat chess moves working. Yes, it is. Rakshit, Beloglavi, Rajesh, Persevere, Harshit, Aryan, Gaurav, and we have Devansh, JB, and Deepam. Well done, guys. This is brilliant what you have found here. So now he played, you cannot take this pawn because of Queen D4, a double attack here and here. Okay, that's cool. But Gukesh didn't even take on C6. He played Bishop G5. He's going like pinning here right out of the opening. Okay, Wei Yi said, Karna kya hai bhai? What do you want to do? And now imagine that you are facing this in your game. What would you do here? By the way, guys, we are very close today. Not today, but I think by the end of this tournament, we should be reaching 14 lakh subscribers, which is amazing because we ended the World Cup with 13 lakh. Today we are closing in on 14 lakh. So if you are not subscribed, please do subscribe. Our aim today is 13 lakh 97,500. Matlab 428 more subscribers we need today. Let's see if we can reach there. Yes, Bishop H4 is the correct move. That is right. Pakka Telugodu, you just have to write in the chat. Just write down the moves there and it will come here. Bishop H4 is correct. Now, the thing is, Wei Yi said, I'm going Knight E7. What sort of a move is this? Oh my God. I'm a bit confused, guys. Knight E7. Because With this move, you're doing 2-3 things that just completely blows my mind. Firstly, you're letting me double the pawns here by taking on f6. Secondly, you're just dropping the pawn on e5. So I don't understand. And that's my first question to you guys. If knight e5, what is the idea of Wei Yi in this position? Black to play. Let's see how many of you are alert. Slightly weird tactic. Darius says, is this a novelty? We will check in our ChessBase 17 and live database in a bit so that we know whether this was a live novelty or not. Somebody says c6, queen a5, but somebody, that's a very smart thing. You seem to be an experienced player. That's all I can say. However, the main problem is it does not work because c6, I move the bishop, you play queen a5 check, the bishop is in the way. So it doesn't work. Yes, in this entire viewers that we have, there's one guy who's very, very alert. And I am actually very, very, not one, there are three. Persevere, Sid, and Nirwan Bhamidi. Too good, guys, too good. Because you spotted LPDO, loose pieces drop off. And this piece on e5 is loose, it's undefended. And this pawn on b2 is undefended. Ab kya kheloge? Can you tell me? Very quickly. Now you know both of them are undefended. So what's the move? Jonathan Uritsky has not just given one move, but actually multiple moves. Well done. Well done. Yes, the move is bishop d4. Double attack here and here. Now, you would think to yourself, hey, but then I can just go knight c4, right? I save my knight and I also save the b2 pawn. But as one of our users here, one of our viewers said, a6, bishop a4 and b5, you win a piece. A lot of you also thought that in this position, bishop f2 should work. But I'm not so sure how this works because I take back with the bishop. And then if you play the move c6, which is possible because your idea is if I move my bishop, you want to give a check and pick up the knight. Nice. It is a decent idea. I can just castle. And after you take here, white can just take here, and push the pawn to e5. White is totally winning and crushing it because you see, this is attacked. If the knight moves, I go boom, check, and win the game. So, some variations there to know, but bishop f2 is a bad move here and does not work. So, the move was bishop d4. Gukesh does not get tempted by it, nor is he tempted by taking this because he feels like, why should I give up my bishop right now, right away? And he plays this very interesting move, pawn up to d4, and you're like, whoa, bhai, Gukesh, bhai, what is happening here? Wei says, thank you so much, Gukesh, for the pawn. I don't know why you gave it to me. Gukesh said, I gave it so that I can break your structure. Okay, pawn takes. And now Gukesh goes castles, and you can see Gukesh's time 133. He's very well prepared right now. c6 played, hitting the bishop. Bishop has to move, and Gukesh quickly moves here in 5 seconds. Bishop c4. Wei Yi is thinking he has 1 minute, 1 hour, 15 minutes. He's used 15 minutes of his time already. I want to very quickly check our database and see if this is a new idea that Gukesh has come up with, or is it something that has been played before. Let's have a look at our reference database in ChessBase, and that will help us to understand this one. Okay, let's go here and bring on the screen. Okay, there we have it. And you see, this one is a very well-known line. We have 20,000 games. Bishop c5, 12,000 games. Already 236. So, from 12,000, we've come down to 236. h6, bishop h4, knight e7. Only 8 games. But look at this. We have Gukesh versus Aronian already in this line, which means that Wei Yi actually targeted Gukesh's opening prep and knew that he would go for this line and came well prepared. But Gukesh was one step ahead. In the game against Aronian, he had played bishop takes on f6, gf6 and d4. Well, it's kind of transposing into the same line that we will look at. And then Gukesh had gone knight d2 there. But today he went d4. Maybe he thought it's the more accurate move order. Takes, and goes castles. And he is following the game Šarić versus Wesley So. This happened at Zagreb Super United Blitz last year. And Abdusattorov versus Fedosiev. And Wokido versus Lo Yiping. So this is the preparation for Gukesh. C6, bishop c4, and Wei Yi is out of his prep right now. Very interesting, right? This one. What do you think? What are your thoughts on Gukesh's preparation? I think there's some nice little prep that he has brought in here. And also, guys, it shows how these top players have to be very, very alert all the time. Because imagine you played something, it's out there. Your opponents are tracking it. So you not only have to make your new preparations, you also have to ensure that whenever you are going to play that same line, you have some new idea in it. Because if you don't have that new idea in that line, then you will become a target. So here Gukesh uses something that Wei Yi has prepared and comes out better prepared. Bishop c4, rook g8 played by Wei Yi, and king h1 again instantly played. So much, yeah, all black wins, but Gukesh has gone much deeper than just saying that, oh, it's black wins, I don't mind. He's actually gone deeper and said to himself that I think I like this position. And that's what, again, Gukesh is not totally working on engines, right? He has his own thoughts. And here after rook g8, he goes king h1 very rapidly, still following the game. Wokido versus Lu Yiping. And Wei Yi looks out of his prep here. But on the other hand, Wei Yi could also be just playing along and telling Gukesh, yeah, maybe I'm not prepped, and play slowly. But then he must be prepared, because if you see this move, rook g8, king h1 has happened in the game of his countrymate Lu Yiping from Shanghai Tigers. This was online pro chess league. So maybe he's prepared. So all mental games being played right now with Gukesh and Wei Yi. We'll come back to this. I will leave it at that right now Gukesh position is objectively equal, sharp, but Gukesh seems to have the psychological edge right now. Okay, let's go to the next game that we have, which is between Bu Jiangji and Praggnanandhaa. This is a very, very critical game. Prag right now on world number 13 position. He is having a live rating of 2745. He's playing amazing chess. Today he's playing with the black pieces against Bu Jiangji. Bu Jiangji is one of the most solid players out there. Very, very strong positionally, and had also eliminated Magnus Carlsen from the 2017 FIDE World Cup. So very strong. E6. Devashish says, if Iran draws and we win, and if there's a tiebreak for gold, or we decide from game points, Devashish. And that's why India has a big edge there, because they are ahead on game points above everyone in both men and women. Knight c3, d5, d4. We have the queen's gambit declined, and now with c6. So if you play a bishop here, it's queen's gambit decline. If you play a bishop here, it's Ragozin. If you play c6, it's the semi-Slav. Why do we call it semi? Because with this structure, you are not really sure you want to play the Slav or not. It is semi. You have already pushed both these pawns, c6 and e6. Okay. e3, knight d7. We saw bishop d3 yesterday in the game of, let's see how many of our chat members follow all the commentary sessions that happen. Ayam Agarwal says, can you please explain the standings completely? So the standings are there. 1 to 5 in men is Iran, India, Vietnam, Mongolia, Uzbekistan. Match points are the first thing that you see. You see Iran is ahead with 9 points. India has 8. Vietnam has 7. Mongolia has 6. Uzbekistan 6. But if their match points become equal, like match points are two match points for every win, 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss. It doesn't matter with what margin you win out of 4 games that your team plays. But if that is the same, then we go to game points, which is the tie break, where India has more points there. 12 and a half, 14, 13 and a half, 12. So India has 14 points. That's how the standings are. Bala Murugan says, why didn't you cover first 4 days? Bala Murugan, I was in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, and that's why I couldn't cover it. And I was not aware that, I thought, India will face Uzbekistan and China and everyone later, but second round only India Uzbekistan happened, so it was a bit of a surprise. Okay, yes, the game. No, it was not Harikrishna. Yesterday we saw Gukesh versus Maqsoodlu in this line, guys. Gukesh Maqsoodlu played here. And the game was d takes c4, bishop takes c4, b5, bishop d3, a6, e4, c5, e5, cd, ef, no, not ef, knight b5, ab, ef, queen f6, slightly unusual because gf6 is the main line. No, sorry, not. First check, right? Yeah, first he gave a check, I think. Yes, first check. Take, yeah, this happened, I believe. Take, he played e5, castles, rook e1, rook d8, and this is how the game went. Okay, we are not going to delve into yesterday's game, but good to remember this. Okay, queen c2 played. This is known as the anti-Meran. Bishop d6, puts his bishop here. He goes bishop e2. This was also one of the lines that I used to play. Not bishop e2. I would start with b3. So that if you take, I take back. And then I would play bishop e2, castles, bishop b2, and so on with white. But okay, he plays bishop e2, castles here. Takes on c4, Pragg. Bishop takes. And now all of you know the next move, guys. What do you play here as black? Come on. You should know this. What does black play in this position? If Pragg wins today, will he cross 2750? I guess that's a good question, actually. Very good question. By yes, Anand is world number 1. Yesterday, he beat 2685 and got 4.3 points. Today, Bu Jiangji is I don't know what is his elo. I think he's less than 26. So I don't think he will yeah, he's less than 2685. So he will, I think Pragg will reach a rating of 2649 if he wins today. Yeah, so let's see what are the moves that have been recommended by all of you. B5, Beloglavi, Itachi, Aryan, Balamurugan, Tejas, Clock, Nachiketa, Magaut, Adnan, and Deepika. Fantastic job. The move here is B5. B5 is to be played. And then he goes here, bishop d3, bishop b7. As we know, the point is to break c5. Knight g5 played. Look at this, guys. Threatening to take here. Now, there are some amazing complications here. I know this because I've seen some games where one of the lines, I believe here, is to just chop. Takes, chop, and you feel like, oh my god, this seems like a complete blunder. He's just blundered a piece. But now comes a very powerful move for white, which is f3. You kick the knight away. The knight cannot take this pawn. It's a mistake because then I just go queen e2 and you're pinned and you lose the knight. Okay, so you have to go back, and then I play e4, hitting the queen. I don't even care about this pawn. I don't want to win it. Queen h4, And then in this position, there are many ways to play, like bishop e3, queen f2, and white keeps an initiative. So that is the most important thing here to know, that you cannot take on h2. The other move here, I don't know if c5 is some theory or not. I don't think c5 is a theory, because yeah, there's bishop h7. No. So h6 was played by Pragg. Very logical move. Xiangyu went here. And now Pragg quickly went back to e7. And Xiangyu took here on f6. And now Pragg is thinking, he's been thinking for some time, and he's thinking now what is to be done in this position. What can you take with? Do you take with the pawn? Do you take with the bishop? Do you take with the knight? Guys, what is your take on what to take with? Itachi says knight f6. That's good idea. Harshit says knight f6. Nachiketa says knight f6. Clock, knight f6. Alok Raj, very good. Guys, knight f6. And I'm a bit surprised that Pragg is thinking. But, you know, Pragg has definitely some things to worry about here. I mean, not worry in the sense worry, but the idea, he needs to engineer a c5 break. And maybe the move which he's most afraid of is take, bishop takes, which is kind of making the game very dull and boring. You know, like there are very few pieces left on the board now, and it's very easy to play this position. But at the same time, I don't think Pragg should try and really push from black pieces. Just play normally, because the onus should generally be on white players to push whenever you're playing team tournaments. That's a simple rule of playing team events. Okay. One question that was asked by Tanmay Devi was that, what do you think is the reason for Arjun's recent volatile form? Yeah, I'm also a bit surprised, to tell you the truth, that I personally have very, very high regards for Arjun as a player. I feel he's super strong. He is always very inspired, very motivated. At the World Cup, he played brilliantly. I mean, just think about it. One good move or one few good moves, and he would be in the candidates today instead of Praggnanandhaa. So, for me, it's not very clear if we can say that Arjun is out of form. But yes, he should have won a medal in the individuals. That's what I feel. He's very strong at rapid, but he was not able to. Yeah, Pragg takes on f6. He takes back. Okay, so that's how it is. Let's now go to the game between the next, which is Gujarati Vidit Gujarati versus Ma Kun. Important game for India, because Vidit has taken the white pieces here on board number 3. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. Someone said, please explain what are India's chances for medals. Well, I can say in one simple line, India has fantastic chances of winning silver. And if Vietnam supports us today, then very good chances of gold, because Vietnam is playing the leaders in both segments, in open, in men and women, both. Okay. Bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, and Vidit goes d3. This is known as the slow Italian d6, a4. And here, by the way, everyone's saying Savita's game, something happened. We'll go to that game for sure. Just a second. A4, a6, castles, bishop a7, rook e1, h6 played. Now, yesterday we saw how dangerous this pin was. So he goes h6 first itself. Ma Kun, knight d2, castles, and knight f1. This is typical way of moving your pieces in the Italian. Knight g3. And now when you put your rook here, what's the natural move for black? I just want you to understand and learn these little things whenever you are watching this. What do you play? And by the way, we are 3 subscribers away from reaching 13,97,100. If you haven't subscribed that button, daba do dosto, like kar do ye stream ko. Do like it so that we can reach more people. And India winning medal at the Asian Championship today. We got this news that in Asian Games, India has won the highest number of medals ever in the history of Asian Games, which is 71 already. 70 was our tally last year, so we've already surpassed it, which shows that improvement. And I'm very, very hopeful that chess will add 2 medals, hopefully 2 golds. Okay. And the move that, yes, we have crossed 100. In fact, we got 13 subscribers. Brilliant. So many of you watching this live stream without subscribing. Guys, कर दो subscribe. क्योंकि ChessBase India पे chess के सारे news, you will always get everything related to chess happening here. And if you want to be even connected to chess, it's a good subscription to do. Okay. What was the move that all of you said? Bishop G4. No. Bishop E6. Harshit and Clock. I really like your move. Bishop E6. Now I'll explain to you why Bishop E6 better than Bishop G4. Because the moment you go Bishop G4, I push you away with H3. You cannot maintain the pin because my knight controls this square. So, Mohammad Shoaib says, subscribe from the first stream with Samay. Arey Mohammad Shoaib ji, thank you. Bishop E6 was played. And now he took. And just logic se batao. Just think from your logical mind and tell me, would you take with the rook or with the pawn? Yashwant says we will not cross 95 at any chance. That's total medals he's talking about. Okay. Yes, they go. It's very simple. When you say A, you must say B. If you never said A, then you can take with the pawn. But because you moved your rook here, it doesn't make sense to take with the pawn and open this file which the rook was already there, right? So the moment you play your rook to E8, you must take back with the rook. Now, the position seems normal, but one black piece is not very well positioned. Can anyone tell me which is that black piece which is not well positioned? Let's try to see the understanding that here. Yes, Alok Raj, very good. Excellent. Nirvan Bhamidi, very good. Guhan NH. Dhyay Bhanushali, the knight on C6. Why? Because 2 squares away from it is the pawn here on C3, which is stopping the knight from coming to those squares. And so generally in such positions, black reroutes his knight to G6, where it has much better future possibilities. B4, and actually a very good move here would have been knight E7, knight G6, I think. But Ma Kun goes D5 and he plays it in the center. I think it's slightly unfortunate that Vidit cannot play B5 here. Because look, he might want to play B5. The reason in my head is that this knight is defending this pawn. My knight and rook are attacking it. So after I take, the knight will move. I will take here and then take this pawn. However, this is a flawed logic from all ends. Firstly, can you tell me what is a good move for black here? Black to play. And while I'm asking you this question, we have the one and only Amruta Mokal joining in all the way from the bedroom. Hello, Amruta. How are you?
I'm good, Sagar. Still not getting good sleep at night.
But why, Amruta?
I think I traveled after a long time, so somehow I'm feeling jet lag, which I never used to feel before.
Well, that's age catching up, and as you grow older, jet lag becomes perhaps more severe.
I don't think I'm old, Sagar, but
okay, and the move that has been mentioned by so many of you in the chat, Bishop F2, Invisible, Mahesh, Alok, Amruta, you came and everyone's just answering. What is this? Earlier there were like 2-3 people answering. Now 22.
Yay! I think
23.
they don't want to hear me talk, so they're like, chalo, busy रहते हैं.
Harshit Goyal, Mudit, we play Peace of Mind, Deepika, Arindam, and Vansh. So, Bishop f2 is a fantastic move here because then you open it up, rook takes his hanging. But you might say, hey, but I won 2 pieces for a rook. Yes, you did, but somehow this pin here, this rook very well placed here, gives black an advantage. So, with it, definitely not going into this b5 stuff and plays his queen to c2. And here after queen d7, we are at the live board position. Amruta, Vidit is taking on Ma Kun,
Okay.
who's in good form in this tournament. I think he was the one who saved China yesterday against Uzbekistan.
What would be his rating? You know?
Or maybe he lost yesterday and the other player saved. I think his rating is around 2600 or so.
Okay.
I can tell you exactly what his rating is. Yeah, his rating is 2651.
Oh.
2651. Oh, by the way, if Prag wins today, Amruta, he gets very close to 2700. That's what we 2750.
Yeah.
That's what we were discussing some time ago. And by the way, for all the people who are curious to know what are the pairings that are today, and because the ratings are not to be seen on the board, let me just update the pairings for our viewers. So these are the pairings in the men. There is no open, by the way, Amruta. It's men and women in the Asian Games.
Oh, because there is no girl playing in the men's section this time.
I
Normally
think
they say
I think
open
in
because
Asian
sometimes
Games it's not allowed
yeah,
itself.
Got it.
So Gukesh versus Wei Yi, 2758 versus 2726. Prag versus Bu Jiangji. Again, India is higher rated. Vidit versus Ma Kun. And Harikrishna versus Zhu Xiangyu. And you see, Amruta, the first match that is there, it's an interesting match because Le Quang Liam is higher rated than Parham. Guen Gok Trongson and Tabatabai will be a nice one. Le Tuan Min Idani, again, not a huge, only 80 elo points separate them. Tran Tuan Min versus Daneshwar. So, Vietnam today has to sort of strike.
But tell me something, Sagar. Like for India, we have the names Gukesh, Prag, Vidit, Hari. In China, we'll have Wei, Bu, Ma. Right?
Well, in Chinese,
or
you cannot say just one word. You have to say the full name. So if you are
Really?
calling
We
Ding,
can't
you have to call him Ding Liren. Generally,
Legend.
it's not like you say Wei.
Ma. It's
No
not
one
like we
calls
call him
Wei.
Ma.
No, it's Ma Kun.
Okay.
That's full name.
Got it.
And in women, this is what we have. We have Humpy versus Nilufar Yakubaeva, Vaishali versus Umida Omonova, Vantika versus Khamdanova. So, on every board we have almost 200 to 300 elo point difference. Savita is 400 elo points ahead of her opponent. But
so in fact, it should be a good score today if you look technically.
yes.
It should be.
But Amruta, the thing is, I think Savita is in trouble. We will go to the women's games and start with her in a bit. But first, let's look at what's happening to Harikrishna. Hari is playing against Zhu Jiangyu, and the game was a Queen's Gambit declined. Bishop g5, Bishop e7, e3. What happened?
All jokes are not to be said. So please carry on.
But you can say this one. Because right now there was no joke.
Blindfold joke.
Bishop e7, Queen e7, Queen b1. Ooh, very interesting move. Queen b1, Amruta.
Is it not preparation or what?
It should be, maybe. But the thing is, Rook b1, b4, b5 is the idea generally. But with Queen b1, what he's saying is that I will attack your h7 pawn. You will have to defend it, which Hari did with g6. And I will save time on this b4 point because my rook will also be useful here.
Yeah, development for Hari. How is he going to do it?
Knight g7 played. And what is Hari's idea with knight g7? Let's ask our chat.
That's a good question. And Sagar has given a very subtle hint. Let's see who can get the hint.
Pradyot Pracheria says Vietnam holding against Iran today is our only chance at gold. So let's go Vietnam. Well, yeah.
So Nirvan, Dhanesh, Dheya, Itachi, Akash, Sam, yes, Arindam. Right.
Yes, correct. Rakshit says from tomorrow I'll make the font bold. Ah, that's what is different. In the in our Dhokebaz meter, the names of the player are slightly. And I was wondering, like earlier, people could see it, but yes, the font. In fact, Rakshit,
Font is also
if you
changed.
change
The
something
earlier-
right now, maybe for few minutes we can have
Close
it
and
closed, and
restart.
then we can restart. That's no problem for us. Knight g7 with the idea of bishop f5 is correct, but as someone in the chat mentioned, b5 is very fast. So b5,
Yeah.
bishop f5, and bc, and already knight a4 with rook c1, putting pressure here. C5 seems very, very good.
Yeah, that's where I had a feeling, Sagar. At this position, it does look like black's development. The knight on b8, bishop on c8. It has to kind of move, yeah? Develop.
Yeah. So here
So Queen
definitely.
B1, very interesting
No,
move. You're right.
Queen b1. Let's just see if it has ever been played
Right.
before, Amruta. Because if it has been played before, that would be something. And guys, for all our needs of seeing which line has happened before and so on, we use ChessBase 17 and Mega Database, which is available to you, and live database, which is inbuilt in it. And it's the first link in the description. This is the software which we use, so do check it out. It's very useful. In fact, many people use it all over the world. So this one, if you see, Amruta, there are 162 games. Oh, but knight h5 is played only in 3 games. And the main game for this is Vidit versus Rajabo from Tata Steel Chess India Blitz. Interesting.
What was the result?
E7.
Vidit won with the white pieces against Raja.
Vidit played queen d2, but Hari played queen b. Zhu Xiangyu played queen b1 here. So this is how it is, and that's a new position.
Yeah, queen b1 is a nice move.
Very
I
sh-
think
very-
Zhu must have found on the board, I
Yeah.
believe, because this is not a very common thing.
Correct. It's on the board. By the way, Amruta, a question for our viewers and for you as well is: will ChessBase India hit 14 lakh subscribers by the end of this tournament?
Oh, that's like
we are-
another 3 to 4 days, and
We are only 2,880 subscribers away.
the players playing well and the people getting more interested in watching. I think it all depends on the performance.
Yes, I mean, if India
would
is very close to gold,
Then
it
yes.
always helps to get more people. So as I always say, the channel is driven a lot by the players, the community, and of course the viewers. But if India doesn't perform well, then of course there is less interest. So I always hope that our players do well. Meanwhile, Su Xiangyu hopes that India does not do well, and he's played b5 here with a very good move there by him. Okay, so
Philip Bates says this is the best channel for learning via live matches.
thank you, Philip Bates. That's very kind of you. And yes, we have the bars which have been brought forth by Rakshit. Rakshit is one of
Super
those.
fast, no?
Yeah, I think as a programmer, he is a dream of every person.
Yeah.
You have dreams in general in life. So Rakshit is like that dream programmer who makes changes very quickly.
It's amazing, Rakshit.
Yeah, Rakshit, just as a programmer, yes. But I'm sure that
No, but even for his, if he will have a girlfriend, then
Yes.
even for her, he will be a dream programmer.
Dream programmer, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
True. Amruta saying things which need not be said.
इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई?
Just adding the games. And there you have the bars. All good?
Amazing. Yeah, now you can read, yeah?
Oh, why did Humpy go down? Actually, Humpy should be at the top. No, that
Maybe you
helps
clicked,
generally. Oh, clicking also makes a difference?
I thought so.
Wow.
I thought so.
That is a good touch. Which board you click first comes. Man. Okay. So
Thank you,
Humpy.
Harshita and Invisible Boy. Hari made a move.
Okay.
Wait, we'll check.
We
we'll
have
check.
now all the games.
Maybe you can, because I joined right now, I would love a roundup, Sagar.
Okay, Amruta. We will definitely give you a roundup. Bishop f5 was played by Hari and a4 by Zhu Xiangyu. I'm a bit surprised with this move a4.
Why?
Because I was thinking that this square
you
will
wanted
be
to take-
used for by the knight later on. But okay, I mean it's a useful move in general. But I think Hari might be happy with this small little development. Okay, let me give you a very quick roundup so that we can then go to the women's section. First, we have Gukesh versus Wei Yi. And the way in which I can explain this game between Gukesh and Wei Yi
Oh, pura.
very quickly.
Okay.
But I said, the way in which I could explain. But
Wait,
yes.
yo, that was smart.
Let me weigh in
Smart.
here,
Okay.
weigh in my opinion, and show you the way in which the game Gukesh Wei Yi happened.
Okay.
It was Rui Lopez, anti-Berlin, and then a move that surprised all of us is knight e7. This was played by Aronian against Gukesh at WR Masters in Dusseldorf in their tie-break games. There he had played bishop f6, takes and d4. Here he started with d4 but the position transposed. Now Gukesh had gone knight d2 in that game. Here he came well prepared with castles. c6, bishop c4. You can see Gukesh's time 133. Still he was well prepared. He played king h1. We left it at here b5. I was wondering if he would play bishop b3, but he played bishop e2. Here he thought for 7 minutes. Queen b6 was played, and now knight came out to d2, d6, which is actually an inaccuracy by Wei Yi, and I believe Gukesh now has a big opportunity to take advantage.
Does the it's a new position, right? Or has chat
Yeah,
already
no.
answered how
This-
to get advantage?
No, this is a new position, yes.
Okay,
But
let's
it's
try to
very difficult to understand. What is the
Don't
move?
underestimate us and the chat, Sagar. We will find it.
Guys,
And if
why
we
to-
don't, then you are an expert hint giver, right?
Yeah.
You are not a hunter, you are a hinter.
Ah, nice. Today we have no bottle, Amruta, so I brought the jug.
Oh.
Because also,
Hmm.
jug means the world.
In Marathi.
Yes, in Hindi also.
Oh, in Hindi.
And we have the entire world watching this. So okay, so the move here, Amruta, that a lot of them have mentioned and which is correct is knight to b3.
Oh.
And in my head, it was like, why don't we try for b4 with a3?
Yeah, there
to
were two
track.
candidate moves. Like when you want to start with, one was a4 and one was b4. But b4 didn't work. Bishop takes b4.
Yeah.
And rook b1 also has nothing with knight c4 ideas. Just
You wanted to be very, very active by playing this way.
and then going if
Yes.
bishop c5, but then
But
Queen
I can
c7
just go
and-
back and there's
True.
nothing happening. So yes, but knight b3, Amruta, is a very simple point. which is to just maybe take this pawn, sorry, this way or this way, and also in between to hit with a4, a5.
Right. So that was the point. If before knight b3 also, if you go a4, is it any different?
Yeah, it's also a good move. It's also a fantastic move. And the only downfall is that here, if you play a4, he can stop knight b3. I mean, take with bishop e6. But if you start with knight b3 and he plays bishop e6, then you already have knight takes d4 and you're attacking sort of this way.
Nice,
So
nice.
I think Gukesh very likely to play knight b3 here.
Yeah, people
But
did got the answer, by the way.
Amruta, Gukesh style is to make sort of the position messy
Yeah.
in general. So maybe
Yeah,
a4.
so in a4, one point I just would like to mention, a4 bishop e6 is something you mentioned there.
Yes.
And your b4, because bishop b4, would the b5, ab5, cb5, and rook b1, I'm not sure. So that could be.
So I think Amruta, you are also thinking a bit like Gukesh.
But how do you know? Gukesh is not played a4.
I mean, he generally thinks
he
a
would
bit
think.
like this, you know, to make it more active and so on. So perhaps he will go a4, but we will see. We'll come back to this position. Right now, that's why I say Gukesh better.
roundup. Okay.
Bu Jiangji versus Praggnanandhaa. We actually, I thought this is what will happen in that game, and it has happened. It was the semi-Slav. Please focus here. It's for you. I'm doing the roundup. And it was an equalish.
No, then you should not do this favor on me, Sagar, right now.
But you asked, can you do a roundup? So I started doing roundup, and you're not listening.
I just looked at the chat. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's listen. B4. What's the position here?
Equal.
Double bishop for black.
Equal.
Equal. Okay.
Nothing much is happening. If
Nothing
Prag
with
gets,
the pawn structure where you have this advanced, little more advanced pawns and space.
I predict a draw in next 10 moves or so. Because what could happen, unless Prag is still very ambitious, he wants to play c5. So let's say rook takes, and now c5 is a threat.
Got it.
So you go rook c1, stopping it.
Then that is the same strategy. With black, you are okay with the draw, and with white, you want to push.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
Nothing
exactly.
new. I mean, it's a very common one.
And maybe queen a4, then I go rook a8, queen c2. Maybe that's how they can end in a draw, because c5 is a dangerous move because of this attack. So that's the reason why this could be the way in which the game might end. Let's see.
Okay.
So here we first board advantage to India.
Bu versus Babu is going to go for a draw. Okay.
Praggnanandhaa is his name, but even if you use Ramesh Babu, Babu is the second name of his like.
I know, but because you did that with Wei Yi, I just
nice.
did this with.
Boo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So Gukesh did play knight b3. Somebody had mentioned in the chat, Sagar. Just to
Oh, he played knight
inform.
b3. Yeah.
Yes, he did play knight b3.
And you know, Amrita, if Gukesh comes back with a win against Wei Yi today, that shows his mental character, right?
Yeah.
Because yes, what? Wei Yi is going f5.
This can't
Oh,
be a good move. with the
not
king
at
on
all.
eight.
Exactly. And the rook, this rook is like, मैं तो रुका हूँ आपके लिए. I'm waiting for you, but the pawns are advanced. While this rook didn't even wait for the king.
Yeah.
So the king is like, why no one is caring for me? Everyone is very selfish in this position.
Yeah, the rook cares about a g5. This queen and bishop taking care of the d4. That's true.
But
F5,
you know,
such
Amrita,
moves are either like, oh wow, what a brilliancy, or they are like really bad.
No, but here it just feels like black has no way of getting an advantage, because see, firstly, his position looks overextended. There is no attack anywhere. White king is super safe. Rook could come here and start attacking.
Maybe what he wants to do is to go bishop e4, and he does feel some pressure there. On
But
the
I
king
will
side.
instantly exchange it. And if you take here, I won't take with the queen, because then I will lose the knight here. But I'll take back with the knight.
And then if I long castle, it's complex. Yeah? It's
One
actually not
second.
clear.
Let me ask the chat, guys. If your opponent long castles and you just take a breath, I mean, you should breathe anyway, but you take a breath.
Long breath. Deep
and
breath.
you decide to make your next move, what would it be?
So are you saying ki if you deep breath, then your move will be different than if you normally breathe?
Yes.
Hmm.
See, everyone's giving the right answer. Rakshit saying Iran doing good against Vietnam. Oh, we'll just check that as well because it really is an important matchup for India's gold medal winning prospects. Amruta, look, the deep breath worked like a charm. Everyone just give one move because
What?
they,
Crazy.
when you deep breathe, you just forget all other things and you just focus on the right thing. Who is rookie one? Who is queenie one?
Exactly.
Aryaman, you didn't deep breathe or what? Chess script.
Oh man. That
Okay,
is funny.
A4 is the right move. You hit here and you are pushing this way. You're opening up lines on the other side. By the way, a very good point by Pradyot was that why would he take with the bishop here? He would take with the knight defending this pawn. Pradyot, you are so right. Maybe that's what Wei Yi's idea is, to cling on to this pawn.
By the way, Rakshit mentioned it pulls the shortest name, which is at least 3 letters. So that's why Babu is being displayed. In fact, on the bar is Babu being displayed.
Ah, okay.
Ah, got it.
But you know, Ramesh Babu is one word, so I don't know why those two different. I mean, it's
Yeah. Sakar says important tournament, only 3 rounds left. Excellent setup and top of all your amazing commentary. And so I'm sure subscriber target will be definitely achieved.
दोस्तों सब्सक्राइब कर दिया जाए 13,97,124. Today's aim is 13,97,500. Only 376 subscribers away from reaching that goal. And also एक like पे button दबा दीजिए. That will be very cool.
I thought you copied Nightbot because just as he sent the comment, Dosto, don't forget to like and subscribe. You also started
Nice.
your telepathy with the Nightbot. Okay. So EF5 has happened on the board and Gukesh doesn't take much time to play the move EF5.
Yes, and Wei is thinking. So,
Okay, so let's go to
let's say
the
Gukesh better, Praggnanandhaa draw. With it, I would say
Yeah,
that
important.
his game, he has got a very pleasant position out of the opening. I wouldn't say better or anything of that sort, but a nice position. No problems, just keep playing.
Yeah.
Normal
With its style. in
with
a
its
way.
style, play h3, play bishop d2 or bishop b2.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we can't right now say anything about the result.
I
It's
would say
unclear.
equal.
Unclear.
Equal is a good way.
Okay.
But here, I like Harikrishna's last move a5. It also shows very deep understanding. You know, the engine was screaming a5. And to me, it seemed like, why would someone play a5 in general? But now I understand that he's actually looking for this square. And if you were to ever take here, take back, then the knight could at some point sit on b4.
Oh, that's a nice one actually. Yeah. Long term, you are kind of
So
securing the b4.
a5 is a classy move by Hari.
Oh, but one worry.
Nice.
No, I didn't intend that. Blue. But b6. If I go b6,
You mean push the pawn?
yeah, don't you feel like cramped?
No, I feel very happy. Because suddenly my structure is beautiful. My knight jumps here and comes. There's no cramping, Amruta.
Oh, that
B6 is such a terrible move. In fact, it's very similar to what you did against me in the game in Amsterdam. You pushed your pawn to B6 and you were so proud of it. But it was so
because I
bad.
didn't expect it. You thought I'll play a6, and that's the whole thing was about giving a shock. Shock laga na.
Bhai, Harikrishna will be so happy with this shock.
No, that's cool. So
Yeah.
वो level अलग है ना सागर.
Correct.
That's true.
Okay. So right now, I would
Real
say...
King says after taking a deep breath and increase my comment abilities.
So, should we go to the women's
Yes.
games?
Absolutely.
Okay, but we could also very quickly see game 1, Maksudlu doing
What's the
really
round
well
up? Okay.
against Le Kwang Liem, but it's a complicated position. But he's doing
Yeah.
well. Tabatabai doing well against Trongson. Oh, 2 games. Tran Tuan mean late Tuan mean equalish against Idani, maybe slightly better. And Daneshwar being slightly better against Tran Tuan mean. Okay. So late
So
Tuan.
Iran is already clearly
Yeah, they're doing
going
very well.
forward.
No, they're doing well, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's not so clear yet, the match.
Yeah.
But for now, it's good. Let's go to the women's board and let's go to what Humpy is up to. Humpy is playing against Nilufar Yakubaeva, and she started the game with d4, and we had the Queen's Indian a3 move was championed first by was
Let's
championed by
ask.
two world champions. Who were those two world champions? Can you tell us? Bro, why is Ding Liren not playing for China? Yeah, it's a good question. Not sure. Everyone's asking this question. Pratim says Sarvanan was excellent during individual event in your absence. Can't his services be used more often? For sure, Pratim, that's a very good feedback. We will also tell him that, and we will say that all of you enjoyed his commentary, and I think we will have him more often on ChessBase India.
Absolutely. And guys, we had in individual, we had Nikhilesh and Sarvanan doing the commentary. For many of you who must not be aware, do check out our Hindi ChessBase India channel, which is run by Nikhilesh. So
yeah,
he does some amazing work there.
So the right answer is this was championed by Petrosian and later on by Garry Kasparov. That's why it's also known as the Petrosian-Kasparov variation A3, knight C3. The idea of A3 is very clear, and I think many of you would know, not to allow the bishop coming here. Not, we always say don't move your rook pawns, but here you are actually going to control the center with your knight, and you don't want the bishop to pin. That's why you play it.
Yeah, it's a very good one, and people have answered Carlson Anand, Kramnik Vishy, Judith Kramnik.
Yeah, but all wrong answers.
Botvinnik. Wait, Garry Kasparov.
No one found it. Oh, Kasparov. Yatin.
So
bishop e7, d5, and
okay.
Actually, Amruta, I'm
so
surprised.
Who were the two people? One was Kasparov, and the second one. Sorry, what?
इतना पूरा राम कहानी सुनाया.
Oh, did you? Sorry.
No, they will only tell you now.
I was looking at the chat now, that's why.
So, one of our chat members' name is Mikhail Tilak Sharma. And he has put the photo of Mikhail Tal. The main move here.
Petrosian and Kasparov.
Yes.
Okay, well done, Invisible.
Is d5.
So you are still wanting to stop e4. That's the idea.
Yes.
Like
d5.
Not allowing the center control. So d5, very
d5,
logical.
not Let's e4, go. But the main thing is white is threatening d5. So this move by Nilufar, which is bishop e7, is a mistake. A small opening mistake, which allows the move d5. And I should write this down to make a video on this, because I have a...
Yeah, because bishop e7 is quite a natural move as well. Yes. Where you do allow d5 so many times, and really you allow d5, right? Number of times.
No.
Where there is, if I remember, something like g3, bishop g2, you even give this pawn sack, you go knight h4.
Yes, but Amruta, at that point it's a pawn sack. Here it's not. So that's the only difference. And you will realize that often, like let's say I go knight c3, you play bishop b7 and d5. Here also d5 came. But here it's not a good move because, guys, black to play. What's the move? Yes.
C5 or D5 says study Sony.
Vishal Kalyan Shetty, Akash, Superior Ninja, they've all understood. That's why A3 was there.
Beautiful.
Sharwin.
Very important, actually, opening theory ideas.
Yes. So A3, bishop B7, knight C3, D5, castles, E4. So Humpy gets full control in the center. Bishop D3, C6, castles, take, 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 take. And she's very happy because she has now more space, and you will see that you cannot win this pawn yet because of... Let's see.
FU is fast.
If we can get 50 people.
Many people will be having a lunch.
But 50 people if we get, that would be amazing. Wei Yi took with the bishop. That's great news. I am not hungry. You are? Can you go and eat
And
food?
after 5 minutes, I'll eat.
You eat. Look at our chat at this time, Amruta. They are like impeccable in their answers. Because I really am amazed when we have like one line only and this.
So, somebody, notation, yeah? Basic gambler is gambling with the notation.
Vishal Kalyan Sethi, Akash Agarwal, Dhyay Bhansali, Superior, Kush, Kitha, Nisarg, Mohammad Shoaib, Meet, and Fenil. The right move here is Bishop H7, take, and boom, boom, boom.
Nice.
Nice. Okay. When Amruta says nice, you can be happy. Like Bishop C2, Rook C8, Rook E1, Rook E8, Bishop F4, A6, and now Humpy goes Knight D4. Interesting position. It seems like Humpy hasn't played in the most accurate way. Her position still looks good, but after.
But what about, once again, now if Knight D5, one question here.
Yes, that is a good question because take, take, and take, but now Humpy's idea still
Knight F5 or what? Just or oh, no, Bishop H7.
tuck,
Still.
tuck, and tuck.
Oh, direct Queen H5.
No, direct Queen H5, Knight F6. So maybe better to start with this, this, and this, and then take here. So still not possible.
Or even Knight F5 I would consider.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure, that's also possible. So.
Oh, by the way, no, Parag means checkmate cannot be true.
Okay, so this is the position. Humpy slightly better. Vaishali playing against Umida. जिसके ऊपर है उसके कंट्री की सारी उम्मीदें. Umida Omonova from Uzbekistan. By the way, Nilufar Yakuboeva is the sister of Nodirbek Yakuboev.
Yeah.
Castle, bishop. Generally, in such lines, you know, Amruta, playing bishop e2 is like mixing up few things. Yeah, what happened?
I need it.
Castles h6, bishop h4, castles, bishop g3. Too many moves sort of wasted. Bishop e6, rook d1, b5, a3, b4. And Vaishali is very happy with her position because her knight controls d5. She can push with d5 at the right time. Right now, not because this pawn is hanging. But queen b6, rook c8. What is this bishop doing on g3? It's terrible. Like the bishop is misplaced completely. So, not at all a good idea here. Vaishali is better. On the other hand, Vantika Agrawal, look at her position. Oh, matlab, if you were asked what is the most well coordinated position you have ever seen, then it will be definitely this game of Vantika, and her opponent must have not played something well. She took b5. All this is well known theory. a6, a3, castles, e4. And maybe somehow you should play something active, right? But she went knight a5, which is not paying attention to the center. And Vantika just brought all her pieces in. In fact, the last move was a big mistake. It should have played h6 or something, but rook d8. So what is the winning move here for white? Not at all easy, actually. And I would not be so clear if Vantika realizes that her position is like +3 here. But it is. What should white play? Oh, interesting. Dhyay says e5. But Dhyay after e5, not a bad idea actually. Knight d5. I think e5 could be a move that she will play. Because e5 just feels more... it feels like a more in the spirit position. Like in the spirit of the position to open up this diagonal. No, it's not actually some sacrifice. It's actually a move Yes, Shashwat, Sharvil, Study Sony, Akash Agarwal, Vishal Kalyan Shetty, d5. And if you take here, and this I think is the key point here, what do you do as white? This I would love if. Because you could take with the pawn, but then he can block. Yes, and now e5 is the correct move. e5, hitting the knight and knight d5. Getting the knight in, and then that's a winning advantage. So d5 you cannot take. Once you can't take on d5, then suddenly the question to be asked is what's next? So you go bishop c5. Then I push my pawn even further. You take, I could take here, and then threaten a mate. g6, and here I can go bishop d5, putting pressure here. And so sort of tactically, all of black's pieces are a bit that side, and my pieces have now started angling towards the king side. And I think that's the reason why it's winning. Also, like a move like rook f8 runs into boom, boom, and boom, boom, and boom. So these tactics are happening, and so Vantika is doing really well if she finds d5. And personally, I do feel that Vantika is playing some of the best chess of her career right now. Like you see her games, you see the way in she's playing. Amazing chess. And you can also check top 50 women on 2700 chess. She's already reached a rating of 2439. She's world number 36 in women, Vantika Agrawal. So she's doing brilliantly overall, and one of the big flag bearers of the young Indian generation in women's chess. So Savita is not doing well, and I think it comes down to her opening play against Maftuna. Bishop c5, knight b3, bishop a7 is also a good move here, but okay, bishop e7. So opening is a little bit passive, but okay, it's fine. c4, knight f6, knight c3, queen c7, bishop e3, d6, rook c1. Maybe not knight d7. Why? Oh, the reason why she played knight d7, I get it. Maybe if she castles, there is a typical idea of knight d5, which she did not like. And guys, always remember, when the rook is standing here and there's a piece and queen like this, you can put your knight on d5, take cd. And it's a very typical idea here. So knight d7, and now actually Maftuna could have just gone knight d5 with a very big edge. She goes f4, which is also good, castles. And Maftuna, you can go knight d5, but she's not so keen on that. She goes bishop b1. And while it does feel like this position is bad for Savita, it's not so bad. And you know, if you could do b6, bb7, rook e8, rook c8, queen b8, it's a very normal hedgehog like scenario. But the problem with b6, let's ask Amruta, who's just arrived. Amruta, your opening, what's the problem with b6? White to play. Don't look at the engine or anything, just tell the answer. You can look here, white to play.
Okay.
Yes.
Knight d5 or knight b5 is the worst thing. Knight d5, no, actually.
Guys, strong wife here. Knight d5, ed, cd, and this is hanging. So very well done, Amruta. So Savita in trouble, actually, I would say. She's not able to develop her pieces. They are passive. White is playing naturally.
Why did she go knight d7?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually.
That was the mistake. Look at
Yeah.
this. Knight d7 was the not a good move.
Can I hit you? Then I'm strong. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And also let's quickly check if Chinese players, how are they doing, because they are leading in the women's section. Yifan better against Le Thao Guen Pham, and Zhu Jiner better against Wo Thi Kim Fung. Equal for Tan Zhongyi against Thi Than An Guen, and Zai Mo slightly better against Thi Mai Hung Guen. I think in women's section, the Chinese team is just too strong. And the only team which could have actually stopped them was Uzbek team. Sorry, Kazakh team.
But yeah,
Kazakhstan
then,
yesterday they
yeah.
were very close, but it was not to be. Ho Yifan actually managed to trick Zansaya on the top board.
That
Okay.
was also very much draw, and then it ended,
Let's go to the game of Guki. What is Guki up to? Cookie Monster. What we saw has happened. Bishop takes, knight takes, bishop e4, and Guki is thinking, should he go f3? Should he go bishop f3? Both moves looking very, very, very cool, very good. Why isn't Divya Deshmukh rank 47 playing Asian games? That's a good question. I believe when the team selection was done, they went by rating, and these 5 girls had the highest rating at that point. And there is a lot of merit in general to follow this rating system, because I know for many years India was following a system in the Olympiad or in major events where 4 spots out of 5 would be chosen by rating, but that one spot would be through some qualifying event like national championship and so on. And then many times a national champion would, one tournament someone would play well, and the team would not be the strongest because a 2500 player would win that event or something like that, and our team wouldn't be the strongest. So I feel following the rating thing in the long run might be the best strategy for a country to do. Bibisara, Sharvil says, not Zansaya, Amruta.
Yeah, Bibisara only we said.
No, we said Zansaya Abdul Malik. Ho Yifan. It was Bibisara who was playing on top board yesterday.
Okay. I mean,
Castle kiya?
long castle.
Huh?
Now it makes sense, na?
No, but now Gukesh will just take a long
king
breath.
is saying nobody cared for me. Let me care for myself.
But no, this is not caring. This is just going from the frying pan into the fire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What could you have done?
Yeah, I know. It was
you
you could
to jump and swim and
you couldn't give him like a good advice there, but I mean a4, b4, I would say just push the pawn even further or go queen d3. And the thing is, it's not only that your king is exposed, your pawns are also isolated. I think Gukesh.
But you know, Sagar, yes, I understand it's better for white, but during a game, I would still say there are a lot of things, lot of dynamics in the position. Let's say this h5 pawn, h5, h4, h3, f2 is weak, the g whole file is open, there can be knight f5 and knight h4 trying to jump in somewhere. So I don't think in a game it is as much better as we think it is for white. The assessment.
Correct. Yeah.
I do see some dangers there.
I agree with you, Amruta. Somewhere if the queen was somewhere here, I would have been a bit scared because it would come, but it's just too far off. कहीं दूर है वो. कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए black की queen out of the game हो जाए.
Wow.
Oh, and by the way, the game between Prag and has actually progressed the way we imagined it to. Rook trades, rook c1, rook c8, threatening c5, queen a4, rook a8. But Bu Jiangji is... do you think he will play on? c5 is coming. Once you play c5, it's just...
Yeah, he's white. At least he will... If it is equal, he won't agree for a draw. By the way, Sakar says, one suggestion in such classical games, ask chat to access a position once middle game is reached. Apart from asking single move in tactics, this may help to improve positional understanding.
What to do exactly? Access means like go deep, yeah, in that game, in that position.
Maybe the plans and all we can ask.
Okay, sure. Maybe we can take the most interesting one and go deep in it.
Yeah. Okay, Gukesh played a4, says Pradyot.
But of course, there was no doubt about it. A4, B4 has happened. And now,
Now is the question. Let's plan, guys. Plan.
yeah, let's plan.
जिंदगी में क्या करना है?
क्या करोगे?
Printing engineering, CA,
Streaming,
artist,
chess,
chess,
pav bhaji
cycling,
khana hai.
chef. In fact, while we were walking on the Amsterdam streets, and I was like, oh, why can't we find a restaurant which is like a Gao cafe types, Woods cafe types, where they make it
What
on
is
the,
Woods Cafe? Wood.
like it's all on the bhakari and like a Gao wala feeling. We didn't find anything like that over there, right? It's all
Yes.
Indian, but then it's all the typical Indian. You don't give a flavor of the authentic Indian.
Okay.
So that way. So yeah, if anyone interested in opening a Gao cafe, I will come there to eat.
Rakshit says I would play C3 immediately. Very interesting. Actually, also Alok Raj said the same thing. I think C3 seems very, very smart because you want to open this one, and it's a great suggestion by all of you who thought about it. Those who said
Charvel says, what about Queen D3? Looking at the light squares.
also it's the engine's strongest move, Queen D3, because the queen is very well positioned here, looking this way and this way. I would not be surprised, Amruta, if Gukesh plays a natural rook e1, attacking and activating his rook. This pawn is not such a big thing, you can give it up. There's also this move knight d2, looking at the c4 square and maybe making use of these squares for the queen.
Oh, I like this because later you can again go f3.
Yes.
So what white basically is wanting an open file, and that's why c3 looks very natural.
Yeah, c3 I think is Gukesh like move, because also this is a question that is suggested by Rakshit. If c3 bishop f2, what is the winning move here for
But he also gives a hint. LPDO.
but it's not actually happening. I mean,
It is, no? This.
oh, nice.
Why? Okay.
Yes. I mean, I was thinking a5, which many of them in the chat have suggested, but Alok Raj and Superior Ninja have found, I think, the best move.
Yeah, Queen E2.
And you win a piece. Nice.
B takes C3. Yeah, you can take F2 and then also E7.
Yeah. At the very least. Okay. Very cool. So Gukesh should be able to win this. Prag, actually, Gukesh and Prag are like our opening batsmen. Like one day Prag is hitting the ball out of the park, the other day Gukesh is doing it.
Yeah, like Sachin and Gavaskar. No?
हाँ मतलब दोनों कभी साथ में नहीं खेले. That's the only problem. Maybe Sachin Sehwag you would have said better.
Acha. No, I wouldn't remember. On a quick note.
Okay, so rook c8. And by the way, guys, Prag's game about to end in a draw, exactly like we had predicted. Vidit, on the other hand, seems to have made some decisions. He played bishop e3, offering a trade. And Amrita, generally a move like d4 is welcomed, because I take, and if you take with the pawn, this structure suddenly becomes much better for white, because you have this pawn nicely positioned, knight jumping here, b5 coming in. And if you play knight takes to control that square, then I can take bishop takes, and you want to continue taking with the queen, because as we said, we don't want a pawn on this square. You want the
outpost to be by the piece.
And then you
occupied by the piece.
Win this pawn, which is still complicated. Queen d3 or queen b4 maybe. But
b1.
Yes, the main thing is he didn't go for this black. Yeah. Black just took and now played rook d8.
But I would really say that it may not have worked tactically, because otherwise d4 like move is a really good move. you're getting a piece on that outpost, it's being occupied. D3 becomes the backward pawn there.
Yeah,
So if you get D4, it's nice, but tactically it wasn't happening.
right. So this is what we see, Amrita, b5 right now, and very likely that we will see take and knight e7. And okay, if Vidit manages to even draw this game, because it doesn't seem like he's too much better here, it feels equalish. Take here, then ed, because now let's say ed, queen takes maybe a possibility, c4, queen c5, and we reach such a position. Yes, he could be slightly better, but let's say roundabout even. And Hari, after the move a5, his opponent played knight g3, take, queen d3, knight d7, rook b1, and he plays h5. And the threat is h4, h3.
Wow.
Weaken the light squares.
Oh, I love the way Hari is playing, is so damn something to learn from.
Yeah, he's just playing it very cool, calm, creating those little chances.
Yeah, because we did feel it was a lot of trouble after b5, but at a4, that one move which was a little bit slow from white, and I think Hari has taken good advantage of that.
Yeah. So this means that h5 and Hari seems to be in a good, fine position. So from all these things, we come to the conclusion that India is right now in the driver's seat in this match against China, especially because of Gukesh. Actually, Amrita, would you say that this Chinese team is strong? Because I think, of course, they are missing Ding Liren, but I think they are also missing a few more players. They are missing Yu Yangyi, who's there. They're also missing Wang Hao. So these three players are not there in China. Ding Liren,
Yeah.
Yu Yangyi. By the way, Wei is number 2 player of China. Number 3 is Yu Yangyi. He's not there. Number 4 is Wang Hao. He's not playing.
And if you compare our top rated players, I think Vichy is not playing.
Vichy is not playing, yes. But apart from that, all are playing. And I think Vichy chose the European Club Cup over this. Kind of understandable. Rishabh Jain says we are missing Vichy. For sure. But I think our team is pretty good. Regardless, I mean, we are the top seeds by quite some rating margin.
Yeah. No, this round also, if we are able to beat, I think it's a very good result to beat China.
Yeah.
Wang Hao retired Henas, asks Rakshit.
He's a little bit confused, I think. He keeps coming back. Like he had retired,
I
but
think
right, he
it's for
played
all the
no
chess
World Cup.
players, once they think, okay, now they'll retire, there's something. And then after some time, like it's like you love chess, yeah, and then you do start missing it, and then you do want to play again, and
Yes.
then
It
you'll
often
end up
happens
in
in
a confusion.
life when you take a decision which is very impulsive, which I think Wang Hao did when he lost something perhaps, or I don't know. After the candidates he decided he didn't play so well. So that impulsive decision generally you take, and then you are like, oh, but now I feel much better. Why did I take that
But
decision?
then even Gary Kasparov had lost, right? He
But
after
maybe it was
losing
not
the
an
world
impulsive decision.
yeah.
Many times you are thinking about it for days and months, and then you take a decision on one day. That impulse is just to take that final call, but that decision is revolving in your head all the time. But sometimes the decision is not even there. You just take it, like the thought comes into your mind and you take it.
Yeah, that's true. Within a few seconds.
Yeah.
Aman says it's like your ex whom you cannot let go.
Yeah, I didn't want to get to that subject in general because,
A lot of heartaches.
yeah, a lot. So maybe just.
But it can be also looked at it in a. It depends, yeah. How do you. Which perspective? Yeah.
So.
True. But it's always good to move on.
Yeah,
and
how
not
is.
stay confused. So, I read somewhere, I don't know, but I really think it's true. Like, confusion is suffering. If you're confused all the time, okay, Maqsadullah is winning, Sagar. Let's go to Gukesh.
Maqsadullah is totally winning. Confusion is suffering, says Amrita.
No, I didn't say it. I think it had a really good point. I don't remember where I read it, but it was very important. And since then, at least I am trying that not to be confused, and and it
Right.
has eased out life quite a bit.
Very
Okay,
interesting.
but Sagar, let's look at Gukesh's game. I think that's the most critical game for today.
Mm.
And it's okay, whatever happens on the other boards, yeah? We don't really right now focus on that.
Just keeping an eye. Okay, let's go to
Okay, till
Gukesh.
the time I will.
Oh, Gukesh did play c3, Amruta. c3, well
Rakshit,
done, Rakshit and Alok and all of you. Knight d5. Tushar Raut says, according to you, who will win the gold? I feel Iran. They deserve it in a way, I feel. They've crushed China, they crushed Uzbekistan, now they're crushing Vietnam. They all, I mean, India was almost able to beat them, but yeah. So knight d5, and I'm wondering if Gukesh wants to push the pawn. One of the things that I'm really a big fan of is this maneuver of knight, because c4 square is so inviting for the knight. It's a beautiful square. The other move, which I think a5 makes a lot of sense. Maybe queen c2. Yeah, many options. In fact, it's such a, yeah, one more thing which we could do is, if he's intending to go here, we can stop it by queen d2, no? But all of, no, this you cannot, because this is hanging. Yeah, I don't want to play like that. Okay. Bu Jiangji versus, I think Bu Jiangji is thinking for a long time here whether to take the draw or not. And for him, it's a tough decision, no? Because somewhere he sees that Wei Yi is in trouble. He has the white pieces. Should he continue or not? One move which I feel could be possible to play is Queen f3. But this is not a good move, because yes, you are stopping c5 here. The idea is that bishop b7 is a free piece. But what is a good move for black here? Black to play, guys. Yes, Kunal, Arnab, clock, not bishop f6. Maharishi Ray, Yusuf Khan, Shreyas Chogrekar, very good. f5. Removing the bishop from this, removing the bishop from this diagonal. Let's say goes back. And now c5. And you get what you wanted. Black is better. So that, sometimes there's nothing much you can do. You have to repeat and agree to a draw. 97 has happened. Vidit now has a choice here. Should he go e takes d5? Should he play c4? Many options. Interesting. And let's go to Zhu Xiangyu versus Pantala Harikrishna. h3. Good move. But I think he will go h4. Here's a small question for all of you. What is the best move for black? And I'm going to tell you something which should stay with you for the rest of your life. What is the best move for black here? Mikhail Tilak Sharma says, Sagar, what is your opinion? Who could be the big super grandmaster from India in future? Prag or Gukesh or Arjun or Nihal? You have observed them more closely than us. So what's your guess? Yeah, very tough to say. Seriously, it's very tough to say, because if there's something lacking in one of them, they quickly fill it up by learning. So if today I say, oh, there's something missing in Gukesh, Prag is better in this respect, or there's something missing in Arjun and Gukesh is better in this aspect, and Nihal has this missing, Gukesh is better there or Arjun is better there. Suddenly they fill it up within like couple of months, and you suddenly feel you start looking stupid. So that's the reason why for me it's really not easy to guess, because I think they are all working on their chess so seriously. Let me see what are the answers that have come up here. The moves which have been mentioned, yes, I really like this move, knight f5. Now, all those who have said knight f5, which is Kunal, Sharvil, Akash, Shreyas, Kush, and Akshay, why do you think knight f5 is a good move? Let me see who can give me a good answer for that. Why knight f5? Why knight f5? Puts pressure on the king side, controlling g3 square. It cannot be removed. The knight is on an active square. But no one has given me the right answer. No one. Come on, think. Mohit Sharma, first guy to give the right answer. In such Carlsbad structure, this is called. What is a Carlsbad structure? White has pawns like this, and black has pawns not h4, but it could be on h7 and like this 4-3. The knight is best placed on the d6 square, because from d6 it controls c4, e4, defends b7. It's a beautiful square. And so this move knight f5, putting the knight here, is the idea behind it. Okay. Oh, Vidit goes c4, Amrita. Even take should be around equal, this position. Knight g6 doesn't seem much.
No, but he does have some space advantage
Some
on
space.
queen's side, which a little bit. I mean, just a little bit for black to be careful about.
c6 and yeah, maybe not. So also Prague's opponent, I think, is just hoping that there's some way to continue this game, but I
Yeah,
guess
very
not.
surprising, no? Because I think what you predicted as a draw looks
Yeah, very likely.
likely. Okay, Gukesh, after c3, what has happened in the game? Knight d5,
Gukesh
queen
played
c2.
queen c2. Interesting move. He's connecting the rooks, defended f2, also kept the knight defended, and is looking here. And Wei Yi plays king b8. And Amrita, it's not an easy position for both sides in a way. Like Gukesh definitely is better, but it's not so simple how he should continue.
Okay, one question is the knight and the bishop. White always has a choice to take it at the right time. But right now, who is stronger? Like, should we wait?
I think
should
we
we
shouldn't
not?
take,
Okay.
because that pressure is in our advantage. I think
Just
a5 seems good, no?
yeah. Where is the queen going to go after a5 is the question, and maybe okay. Let's ask the chat firstly. Queen b5 is a big blunder.
Massive
White
blunder.
to play. Which blunder?
Massive.
Massive. Yes. Superior Ninja, Arnab Roy, Mohit Sharma, Peace of Mind. Absolutely. Pradyot, Charvel, c4, and that's a simple pawn fork there. So you can't go queen b5.
Eric
One
Binu has said it
eliminated.
very nicely. He said, we thought China and Uzbekistan will be the strongest. Iran came out of syllabus.
Yeah.
Which is true, because everyone was saying,
Yeah,
oh,
no.
China, Uzbekistan.
That also shows that at the given time, it's about all four players, and who maximum out of them have to be in form. Okay, if queen a6 there, still white does have this option of going c4. But if you would love to maintain the tension there, Sagar, right now would you say this can be considered? Because you cannot take with the queen anymore, and you will have to take with the pawn there. Plus this queen seems a little bit out of place. Like
Now
now
c4.
see, yeah, now this can look interesting because it will take some time for the queen to come back. अभी वो Antarctica गई है.
Knight f4.
But queen f. Okay, this is hanging. Queen. Okay, knight e5. But oh, this is hanging.
Or how about
Sorry,
g3?
I forgot. Big mistake.
And suddenly the queen comes back from Antarctica. Queen c8.
Oh, crazy. Plus there's this square over here.
Could get
okay, see, this is a. So that's why, how much ever, let's say, c4 is a move which computer will like, you know, many movements. But I prefer this tension there. Tension.
But Amruta, this, yeah.
So if I'll still try to think.
Because if black gets knight f4 and queen d3 also, he should be okay.
Yeah, I think Sagar, you're right. Maybe we don't need to take that c5 bishop. It's good to have the knight on b3.
Yeah, but
just
I don't know what.
How to improve, yeah? How can you improve? एक तो ये knight. गधे जैसा बैठा है.
No, I think Amruta, look at this variation. Take here, knight f4. I take. I mean, we reach the same position. But now I go knight e5.
But then knight g2, yaar. By the way, Satvik has suggested knight h4 from white. We'll check that out. Harikrishna also queen f5. Oh, really? Like it was a matter of one move. Like, not to fall for the ghosts. This is hanging. And if I go rook d6, saying my rook might jump to the king's side.
Rook d1.
Okay. Tough. This is tough.
It's not tough. This is hanging. And also, there's rook g1, by the way. Don't forget. You lose a piece.
Okay. And if I go rook e8.
Where?
No, rook d. Then knight c6 check. But even that can be a ghost, right? If I go king c7. So rook d e8. Knight c6. You'll take the pawn.
Knight c6, king c7, right?
Correct. Okay, firstly, I also want to ask the chat, what do they think? Like, allowing knight g2 and looking at these ideas, do you find it tough or how is it?
Yeah, for sure, it's not easy.
What if we play g3 after taking the bishop and then threaten c4? He wants to stop knight f4 already. Yeah, let's try to see if that is more natural. But then it's
maybe queen
c8. I think after g3, this queen on a6 is suddenly becoming active. In fact, we would have preferred it to be on b6. So there again, I think we should go back, Sagar. Not go so aage. Basic understanding is that it is.
Oh, by the way, some moves have been played. He played a5. He went queen c7, Amruta, not queen a6, which I think is a better square.
Yeah, because anyway you have queen c8 if you need to do it. Can you try to go something like a6 and rook a5? And then keeping this tension in hand. Black knight might be better off going to e6 instead of taking the pawn. Oh, but Gukesh takes b4. Exactly. I like that move because looks very natural. You've opened the c file there. Firstly, what is he going to take it with? Bishop b4 or knight b4? Your bishop is placed lovely on this diagonal and knight also would love to come to f4. So let's try to see if knight takes b4, attacking the queen, asking the queen where are you going to go. But I think the queen has number of nice places to go. Queen c3, queen c4, maybe queen f5. So this queen c8 idea by black, if Wei Yi is able to find, then I think Gukesh will need to be careful. Though he is better, he will need to be careful. Oh, am I not winning a pawn? Wow. Look at this, guys. Black to player. Let me ask you, what's the move to get compensation? Black to play. What is knight b4? No, it's basically taking the pawn back. Can't the knight just go to e5? Okay, many of you are suggesting queen g4 there, threatening a mate in one. But the point is, I can defend it with the knight there, and now everything is safe. That's so wonderful to look at this. The g2, one of the main weaknesses for white on the g file, is being taken care of, and now you have nothing. Now it's white, I think, who is going to start threatening things. Sagar, he's played c takes b4. I like this move. You're opening up the files.
Yeah, very interesting, because generally you don't want to allow like a one move attack.
No, not for that reason only, right? Maybe also he's releasing the tension, but I think it's nice. It's nice.
Could be nice, but also I think Amruta just threatening this, and if you take here,
Yeah, this is the variation which we were looking at, and people had suggested queen g4 here. But the funny thing is, you go knight e1, everything is safe. The rook, like, this is all defended there, and now it's time for white to start pushing the white king. There is already a big threat with rook a4 trying to win a piece.
I was
So
thinking
this
about
was
a rook g2 instead of queen g4.
no. So here an important
Rook
move.
e1.
Oh,
Yeah.
if you go rook g2, then there is a check first and intermezzo, and then I'll take, and you don't even have queen g4.
Right.
But important is, I think, as few people just suggested, knight d3. Nirvan, Rohan, Amruta. Okay. So knight d3 is first giving a tempo, getting a tempo. You have to move the queen and then queen g4 wherever you go.
Which stops knight e1. The knight is
Yeah, and even if I go queen c4, I think queen g4, and I don't have knight e1. I don't have
Trade the
g3.
queens.
This is hanging. So
queen is it.
yeah.
Yeah. So
cb4, knight b4. I think after knight b4, we have to see what Gukesh has planned.
yeah, maybe queen c3 is thinking, no?
Or queen f5, because you just want to stop queen c8. How is the endgame like?
I would say endgames are fine for black, because if queens are traded, this is just the kind of position black wants. It's equal.
Got it.
So clearly you have to keep the queens. And if you go queen c3, knight d5, again a little bit of worry, but now you come queen c4. So I think if Gukesh is able to feel this right, he goes queen c4 directly. He didn't. And now I think, Amruta, your move, queen d7, has to be found here. Very important, and or queen c8.
Yeah.
Just angling at this square.
Even for black, not an easy thing, because for that he needs to calculate knight c5 and giving up the pawn and then getting the compensation, plus leaving his knight on b4 somewhere where ideas like rook a4 are incoming. So, but I think this is so much Gukesh-like position as well. In fact, both the styles are similar, right? Wei Yi and Gukesh.
Yeah.
So both of them are enjoying. We can see that on the king side. It's like black who has the open files, and on the queen side, Gukesh is. They really don't care about each other in that sense.
True. I agree with you. But now the question. By the way, we have a member.
Oh, Godwin is the newest member, and he's become the backer of Indian chess. So
Thank you,
Godwin, for becoming a member.
Sharvil says, Amruta, if you play queen c8 or queen d7, can white just not play h3? But I feel like we are going in the wrong direction, no? When you have to play a move like h3, because now he offers a trade. Suddenly you don't want to trade queens, as we just discussed. Queen takes, f takes, knight takes. Yes, it's a small edge, but it's no longer that clear anymore that you were better.
So maybe I would also
finds
ask.
queen d7.
Oh. Okay, 50 minutes to Gukesh, 38 to Wei Yi.
No, Wei Yi just Amruta just felt that this is the soft spot.
Right.
And he found them.
And
sometimes.
When did he play rook g8, Sagar?
Yeah, very much like in the opening type of thing. Like here, 10th move.
तब से that rook is dreaming of something on g2.
Yeah, Jitu bhai pe uski nazar hai. The rook had a nazar on g2, And now the queen also coming for Jitu Bhai. So Jitu Bhai in demand.
जीतू भाई मिठाई वाला.
Why mithai wala?
नहीं, जनरली डिमांड में वो रसगुल्ला मिठाई ऐसे रहता है ना. So,
Jitu
maybe
Bhai
I
can
will-
have any profession. Jitu Bhai can also be a painter or a shire.
डिमांड में to be in demand.
You have to be mithai wala. Okay, waiting for what Gukesh is going to do now. He has 49 minutes 30. He can also be hide.
Justice for जीतू भाई. He's an
Oh,
IIT.
in fact, actually, Jitu,
Anmol
that
says from Kota factory.
there is this Jitu sir. No, what is his name? Jitu Bhaiya. Yeah, exactly. Jitu Bhaiya is a very. But तुम्हारे मन में मिठाई और which is for actually it's a good test, Amruta. We can just say a name and ask people what profession comes to their mind.
Right. So जीतू भैया के लिए exactly. If he's in demand,
Like I would say, if we ask Amruta what profession comes to mind, maybe many will say stand-up comedian.
or photographer, like photographer is in demand generally. No, not at all. No, mithai one is a perfect, I think. Can you find a better one? I don't know. Maybe the chat, but software engineer. Programmer.
Okay. Oh, what? Result already came of Lei Kwang Liam. He lost.
But Maksulu was always almost clearly better, right?
Yeah, he was always winning. But I mean, the way in which he crushed 25 moves to crush Lei Kwang Liam.
Man.
I have not seen Lei Kwang Liam getting so badly
very,
thrashed.
Very strong player. True.
Tabatabai is also doing very well against Trongson. But all that we are hoping for is a 2-2 draw, Amruta. So if Lei Tuan Min beats Idani Poya by chance, and Daneshwar Bardia manages to, Tran Tuan Min manages to hold, 2-2 is what we don't want Vietnam to beat Iran. Once the scores, match points are tied, then the game points are good. So it's still an open match, guys. Okay, so here Queen D7, Gukesh thinking. Meanwhile, draw.
Devashish says ये expectation बड़ी गलत चीज है, बुरा लगता है. A few days ago we almost beat China in badminton when we were 2-0 up for the gold.
I remember, yes. Also, our top player got injured, right? Pranoy.
Ice cream. Okay, so this is going to go for a draw. Prag's game is going towards a draw since a long time. But with it, did anything happen there? Queen B2.
I like how Ma Kun understood that C6 is an important move here to fight for some space, to get some space back. And if you take here with the pawn, then to take with the knight, suddenly knight looking here. So he's actually
Yeah, the knight on G3 should have been on C3 now. But of course, it didn't know this is going
No,
to
but
happen.
even if it was on C3, it could never jump, no?
I mean, you could not take on CB5. Like, B takes C6, knight C6 could be considered.
Yes.
Then.
But now the threat is to take and win a pawn.
Can I go B6?
Actually, Amruta, it's a very interesting move because black has a positional advantage after the next move. Guys, black to play. What do you do?
Got it.
No, let's see now. It was the main discussion which we were having.
I got it.
Black to play.
The answer, I got it. In Gukesh's game, can we go knight e5? Okay, we will check.
No, guys, all of you want to go rook d6.
Nature at its best place describes Amrita is equal to Amrit is equal to purity is equal to religious sacred place is so priest. Achha.
Akshit Johri, Himanshu Bist, Sayantam, Knife Party, Happy, Sagar Goyal, Study Sony. Well done.
C5. Connection break karo. So do you think the hint should be normally for such positional ideas? Let's say if we write a book, one chapter would be Kebab Mein Haddi.
Nice. Nice. I think yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
That
One
is a good
chapter
idea.
is fixed. Kebab mein haddi. Let's start writing with
It's
that.
basically kebab mein haddi is nothing but interference, right?
Hmm. So maybe
So
not kebab mein haddi. Maybe disconnecting.
knight g6 played here after queen b2. Vidit played queen b2 defending this pawn. Knight g6. This game could sharpen up. Right now it's equal, but with all the knights ready to jump sort of here and black having control here, it could get very sharp and white having control here.
Yeah, also the pawns on b5 and c4, the way they have space, they can be powerful, but they can also be weak. So
Yes.
we don't really know yet. I agree with you. It's not going to end in a simple draw.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not at all. So Hari, how is after h5? What happens, Sagar?
Hari played h3, knight e6. Oh, he didn't play h4 and knight f5, knight d6, which you are talking about. He went knight e6.
He wants to go
Interesting.
knight g5 and
He wants to attack.
Yeah.
And
so then
g2,
ND.
queen d8.
Oh, I.
What is the
get
idea
this
of
move.
queen d8?
Maybe he wanted to stop b6 or what, but then he wouldn't.
Arey, Amrita, this is not a threat.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
I think what he wants is knight b6 to c4. So he's defending this square. Maybe.
Then that's a very shift, yeah, mind shift, because we are looking at king side and now he's also looking at the center. So we'll have to wait and watch. So let's go to Gukesh's game, I think, Sagar.
Or let's go to the women.
Yes.
Let's have a look at Humpy. She was around equal here after bishop f8. But then she played well. Rook e8, queen e8, queen d2. Now really she should have taken this pawn, which is still compensation for Humpy, but she's not winning back. Like there's no bishop h7, queen h5 because
maybe knight f5, knight d6, but then no, c2 will be hanging.
yeah, exactly. This is playable position.
Yeah.
So g6 played by Nilufar. Bishop b3, h3, rook c1. Humpy not trading because she has more space. And she's now doing well because her knight can jump to c6 already. And this position looks just crushing. Pawn crushing, actually. So maybe
Yeah, knight c6 is very powerful.
Humpy in good position. Meanwhile, Vaishali also has so much pressure on the queen side with all her pieces. Look at white's pieces, just passive.
And a g3 bishop.
Completely out of the game. So Vaishali doing well. And actually, Amrita, in this position, we were discussing whether d5 should be played, and d5 was the strongest move. But she went e5, which was the second best move.
Yeah, and more easy to play, like because you get the e4 square for the knight, pieces are jumping there.
She should have gone knight d5, even though this is not a position that you would like to play with black, but still you should go for it. When you went knight e8, now d5 came in, h6, d6. Oof, this is just complete domination.
Crushing. Okay, so until now all the games we are all, it should
All
be
are better.
objectively 3-0, objectively.
And by the way, Savita has made a comeback because we looked till here. She had gone knight a5, take, rook f3. Yeah, this is the live board, and she has set a very slight trap, which is knight d5. If you play like bishop b7, suddenly knight d5. If you take the queen, I have an intermediate check.
The chat.
Yes, but you have to go back, and then I take, and white is better here because
Dark square.
dark squares are weak. Okay, so in the women's section, if we look at our bars, Humpy is better, Vaishali is better, Vantika clearly winning, Savita is getting things under control. So today we could expect a 3-1 win for women at least. On the other hand, in the men, it all depends on where this game is going because Wei Yi has found a good move, queen d7.
And Gukesh has been thinking since 11 minutes now. It's a very critical situation, Sagar, on this board right now. let's get some moves from the chat. Some suggestions.
Yes, we've been only looking at forcing move like knight takes bishop, but we can also look at centralizing moves with the rook.
I was looking at rook a4, queen g4,
Hmm.
queen g4, rook g4, knight c5, d5, knight e5.
So Amruta saying rook a4 to attack here, but then queen g4, excellent move. Defending it through an x-ray. Then you said take.
Yeah, take,
Take.
knight c5,
Knight c5.
knight e5 now.
And knight e5 hitting the rook and the pawn. But maybe here.
And then can I not go rook b4? But then you rook b4.
Yeah,
and
it's
knight
just
c6.
equal.
Rook endgame is equal. Is this game actually heading towards a draw now, I feel?
You know, any such endgames would be big pain for white because back rank issues suddenly. So knight is well positioned. So Gukesh has to choose his next move super carefully.
Nightbot is saying 3000 elo chat, well done. But kya hai chat ne? Let's see. They are suggesting rook d1. Okay, one move.
Rook kaun sa? F.
Rook f e1 also. I'll just tell you the candidates. Okay, rook f e1, rook f d1,
Rook a c1.
knight e5.
Aha.
Knight e5 is a nice
Tactical.
suggestion, Savik.
Tactical move.
Why not g3 is because
G3 also not so bad, but I was worried about some weakening of these squares. Maybe not.
yeah, like if you maybe g3 is a move which looks scary, but if you calculate deeper and precisely,
Yeah.
maybe that also is a possibility. 95 sets a good trap. Okay, let's analyze 95 because it looks very exciting and it stops the direct main threat of queen g4. So if 95, Sagar.
95 queen e6 Amruta directly.
Yeah, queen e6. But then queen takes e6. Suppose
Pawn
you
takes.
take here and then your structure is it not? Oh, which one will you take?
DC.
ये ना
DC.
ये मारोगे.
Yes. In general, I'm okay with this.
This was hanging, so you have to take this. And then these pawns there.
Yes, but black's knight is beautiful on b4. Rook is active. So don't always go for looks, Amruta. Because look-wise, it's a bad position for black. But
Piece activity,
piece activity
is
is quite a lot.
at.
Yeah. Darius says this feels more like Wei Yi position, less of Gukesh. I think it's also a Gukesh-like position. He likes such creative positions where he can come up with a creative idea. And I think a simple way, Amruta, to play is to go rook c1, queen g4, and be okay with a queen trade because this time you are really winning a pawn. And then try to convert this endgame. Pawn up.
I don't have knight d3, rook c2. Got it. Yeah, rook c1 looks good. What about this? Other people had suggested rook f e1. How is that move like?
Everyone wants to play h3 also, Amruta. Many of them.
They want to stop this queen g4.
Yes.
And if not queen g4, then the next thing which we are looking for black is queen. Oh, by the way, Gukesh does play rook a c1, Sagar.
Nice.
So, direct threat of winning a pawn here.
Yes.
Would black try to think, let me save the pawn
How,
and
but?
then continue that?
How? Asan nahi, it's not easy to do. But also at the same time, Amruta, I feel like to convert this endgame will be a huge task for Gukesh. You are pawn up, but doesn't seem so simple.
Yeah, firstly, knight d3, rook c2, rook a4. Am I not winning the pawn back?
Yeah, but I'll take this.
If the knight was not on f3, then I had a nice tactic.
Aha, knight f2.
Yeah.
Check. And knight g1. Oh, nice.
Knight g1. But doesn't matter. Rook a4. Okay, can we do that?
Interesting. Amruta suggests take, check, knight back, and rook a4 with the idea of rook here. there is, Amruta, one idea which is g3 rook g2, which is slightly passive but playable.
I mean, you're a piece up, so
Yeah.
but g3, rook a5, rook g.
Also, if such a position, I just play h3.
Or maybe h4, you just start later.
You cannot. I mean, white is 2 pawns up, so.
Got it.
Rook c1. Nice. Why is Praggnanandhaa? Oh, Bu Xiangji wants to play. Bu Xiangji, Amruta, here decided to play with bishop e1. He didn't go queen a4. They're playing. And
yeah,
now,
he's white, I think.
Why did Prag not go c5? Is that bad? Oh, wow. Bu Xiangji actually found a way to press with queen c4. Because you can't take. Rook is hanging. Wow. Amazing. And then so Prag went bishop a6 with the idea of again c5. So he went check, king here, bishop d3, and Prag went back. Prag is going c5. Very interesting, because if you took, every time you play c5, this pin is really nasty like this. So that's the reason why Prag wants to keep that bishop.
Or maybe he will need to prepare with the rook on c7, bishop on d6, and then try to go c5.
That's also play. Yes, possible.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The only thing is Prag needs to be a little alert, but he will find out. He will find out the way.
So Vidit's game, knight g6, h3, cb, rook c8. Vidit has to... Do you think Vidit should now pull the brakes and somehow equalize it? Because though open file, both are in black's control.
But white has a file, no?
Yes. Yeah, that... True.
They have exactly symmetrical position on the king side. Just look at the king side.
Oh.
And which is also not a very common, it's like unbelievable.
True.
Okay, rook c8. What if you simply challenge rook c3 and try to exchange?
Rook c1 or rook c3?
No, I like the rook on open file. Nice. I found a weak move. And why is it weak? Oh, it's a blunder.
Yeah, I lose the pawn.
And unfortunately, if you show that last position, there's no... Even if I get the rook here and the queen here, and if the king is here, all the squares are controlled. There's no checkmate possibility also.
Yeah.
Okay. So not rook c3. It was important that this pawn is weak. What do you do? Rook a7, Sagar? How is rook a7? Man, if the natural moves, all of them are being bad, then white is
in
I would
some
say
trouble.
in some
Rook
pressure.
c5. Because the b5 pawn is weak. That
Yeah,
seems
it's
like
all
one of
about
the
this
main
guy.
problems.
And if I go rook b3, are you going to go rook b6? Yes.
Yeah.
I might have to go rook a5 to keep saving that, but then I guess your knight will jump in, right?
Yeah, knight can come in, or queen d1 and rook c2.
Oh no, this is so scary.
Yeah, that's why I think Vidit
Oh,
has
so what
to
is the right
be
here?
really careful.
Basically, white to play. I think it's a positional question. What is the move for Vidit to keep himself in control? And that's not an easy question.
Yeah.
Easy answer. Getting the knight, maybe getting the knight out of here. Is knight e2 a possibility? Let me try to see this. No? Oh, this is such a tough position then for white.
No, it's just rook c5 is the problem. Amruta, b5 pawn is the problem. So rook c8, brilliant move by Makun.
Okay, b6 all the time has been not working, right? Rook
b6
c6 and it's gone.
Yeah, become weak. Like let's
Correct.
say b6.
And rook c6, and if rook b3, queen d8. Yeah.
Or at the very least, also another idea is rook c5 with the idea of rook b5. And then when you go rook b3 to defend it, it's like your rooks are more passive, your pieces are more passive.
Correct.
So definitely something to worry about here for Vidit.
Chat is suggesting rook b3 right now. Good. Like basically already starting to defend. So if now rook c5.
But rook b3 is a very tough move for humans to play. Like it's very passive. You are
In a
doing
way, it's
nothing.
prophylaxis.
Yes.
Yeah. It's prophylaxis. So if
And
rook
you're preparing
c5,
rook c1 to trade at least one
the
rook.
active rook. This is a good
So
way
rook
out of
b3
it.
with the idea of rook c1 is the point. Okay.
Nice.
Hari's position getting better move by move, bit by bit. He did knight f6, take, rook b7, rook e7, take. And maybe now he does the thing which we were talking about, Amruta. Let's ask our chat, what is black's best move here? If you were listening to the commentary few minutes ago, I already mentioned which is the best square for one of the pieces in this position and how do you reroute it there. Akshit, because b5 pawn is weak. That's the main reason why Vidit's position is not so good. Yes. Pradyot, Kush, Rajiv, Arindam, very good. Yes, and Hari also does it. 98 because Amrita d6 square is the good square for the knight to hit the rook and to look at the square. So maybe what is happening to Vidit on board 3 is also happening to Zhu Xiangyu against Hari. Like Hari is slowly putting from a kind of a negative bad position, he's getting into equal, then maybe slightly better could also happen. But the same thing is happening with Vidit. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa and I think Bu Jiangji have already repeated once. Bishop b7. Now they are.
Now maybe they will repeat. Maybe. By the way, Devashi says, I think rook b3 is easy to spot for weak players like us. Their strength might make it tougher for GMs to find it.
He played it. I think a good move.
Yeah.
But not just to defend this pawn, but to prepare rook c1 to trade.
Yeah. Otherwise, the b5 was hanging all the time. So,
how about rook e8, rook c1, rook takes, queen takes? Yeah, I mean, trading one rook has definitely been helpful. But it's still...
But if you go rook e8, then I would really consider not to trade. Because then I may consider rook a7 ideas. Or even knight f5.
You should play rook a7 with great care because check and rook c2 could be big trouble.
What about knight f5?
e4 is hanging.
ठीक है. Blunder. Got it. So let's go to Gukesh now. What happened with Wei Yi? After rook a7, Wei Yi has been thinking. It's been 10 minutes. And also for Wei Yi, one thing is clear that he's going to move the queen. And g4, oops, not h3. g4 is a very natural move. The other thing is he could challenge with queen e6, but isn't it the same problem? Takes, rook c5. You won the pawn. Just that instead of f7, the pawn is on e6.
Yeah, and this one is slightly torturous for black to defend because you're pawn down as well, apart from the bad structure. So, yeah, definitely.
Rook c1 is practically
nice,
very perfect.
Good practical move.
Yeah.
Good practical move.
Because kidhar na kidhar mind always knows, na, finally you're a pawn down. It's like...
Okay, Savita, by the way, in women's plays her pawn up to b4 attacking the knight. Vantika has brought her rook up. Oh, very creative play. Vantika wants to switch her rook on the king side and attack with all her pieces with knight joining in. So Vantika doing very well. Vaishali also still putting a lot of pressure on Umida, and Humpy now goes bishop a2. Yeah, she did play here knight c6. Her opponent didn't take it. Queen a8, knight e2, c5, and bishop a2 with the other knight joining in. And clearly, Amruta, you can't go and win this piece because of white to play, guys. What is the winning move here for white?
How much do you think when you're playing a team event, Sagar, you are quite a lot into the other games as well, and you are kind of stressed about
quite
the
a
other...
bit.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. I think in team event, you can't completely focus on your game. You have to always keep some part of your mind space on what's happening at other boards. Yes, B4 is correct move, and it has been mentioned by
Pushkar Jain, Anshul Saxena, Arvind Mishra, Arindam Basu, Akash Agarwal, Sandeep Kar, Sharvil Upadhyay, Rajiv Dikshit, Manan Khandelwar, and Pranav Yatnalkar.
fantastic. We have more than 1,000 people watching this, guys. Two things, two requests. One, like the stream. Second, we are 7 people away from reaching 200. That is 13,97,200 subscribers. So do subscribe, because our aim was to reach 500 like 300 more, 307 more subscribers today. Please do subscribe. That would be amazing. And what is
Venugopal, everybody said B4, but Venugopal Iyer said Knight dead.
RIP Ghoda. Hoi Fan better against Le Fam. Zhu Jinar get equalish maybe. Both he Kim Fung doing well. Draw on Tan Zhongyi versus Thithan Arguen. And Zai Mu versus Me Thi Hung Guen. Better for Me Thi Amruta. Me Thi Hung Guen looks better.
Tu thi.
Me Thi Hung Guen. Better. Look at this, her position. Look at her pieces. So, guys, remember that from our scorecard, we can see China is leading in women, but only by 1 match point. And if they draw one and India wins, we will be able to tie, and then our game points might be better than them. So, today does look like China could be in trouble if Me Thi Hung Guen manages to get this. And also, Zhu Jinar has to strike here for China, but Wo Thi Kim Fung is looking okay. She has the F5 square for her knight. Hu Yifan is better, and I don't think she'll have too much problems here. She's doing well.
Hu Yifan doesn't play so regularly, but yet whenever she plays, like,
she plays very well. And by the way, Wei Yi goes for the practical solution of sacrificing one of his pawns with Queen G4. It's time for Gukesh to pick it up. But guys, will Gukesh manage to convert? Because Gukesh winning is a key element of India's success today. On all other 3 boards, if you look at the bar, is right at the center. Bu Jiangji and Praggnanandhaa, Vidit versus Makun, and in fact, Vidit's position already starting to get a bit worse. Xiangyu versus Hari, it's equal. So Gukesh must convert this endgame.
So critical.
And then Amruta, we are hoping, Iran should draw and all of that, but nothing would make sense.
No, I don't think Iran right now is unstoppable.
No, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying nothing would be making sense if India doesn't win their match.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that is very, very true. Akshit Zori says, "मैं थी वो थी कौन था रसोड़े में कौन था."
Oh, Maqsoodlu wins. And Maqsoodlu, what a player in this tournament he has been. He's beaten Gukesh. Now he's beaten Le Quang Liem. He's gaining some serious ELO points here. And a beautiful save by Trongson, it seems, Amruta. Now, Taba is not winning.
Oh.
Yes, because extra pawn, but very firmly blockaded.
Yeah.
And Idani Poya definitely slightly worse because of this beautiful bishop and this knight. And Daneshwar Bardia and this also. So maybe it's possible for 2-2. But okay, Iran definitely better because of Maqsoodlu's first board win. Okay, Gukesh has taken now.
Okay, now why is Gukesh thinking? Like, when did it start? 4 mintes. Why is he thinking? Because
4 minutes he's thinking. Wow, what is he thinking? Maybe he's thinking about an intermediate H3. That's the only reason why he must not play. Yuk Shah says, why is Nihal not playing? By the way, guys, huge news. Nihal crossed 2700 on the live ratings yesterday. He is playing at the European Club Cup for Tajfun team. He would have loved to be at the Asian Games, but you can only select top 5 rated players from the country. And so Nihal was number 6. He missed his opportunity there.
Got it. Oh, they're still playing Prague and what happened? They didn't repeat, yeah? Bishop
Some way they are repeating, some way they are not. Like here, he played queen a4.
I think they just want to sit at the board and watch the other games majorly.
It's like both of them think that they might have to push at some point. So, but the position is also so equal.
It's
No?
like you are with the gun on the border and you're ready that whenever you get a call to start fighting, you have to do that. But you have to be there.
You have to be waiting. Yes, you
Yeah,
cannot
you
just
can't sleep or eat or anything. You just have to be present.
Oh, he plays rook c4, Amrita. I was expecting rook c5 or something, but rook c4 attacks now the e4 pawn. And I think with its move, kind
So
of.
now you don't have time for rook c. No, you have
You
time
have.
for rook c1.
Rook c1
Knight
or rook
e4?
b4. I think. No, this is
Knight
hanging.
e4, rook c. No. Okay. Both are possible. Yeah, rook b4 is also good enough. So okay. Yeah, but what we really understand is that out of the two isolated pawns, Vidit's pawn is right now weaker. At any point of time, if black doesn't play accurately or well, 2-3 bad moves, then the b7 pawn might land in big trouble, and then this could be a big danger. So that way, I think both of them have to be careful.
Yeah,
Equal time.
you are right that if this happens, somewhere the pressure has
somewhere
gone
b6
away.
and rook a7 if you try to get that. With one rook less, it does feel a little better.
Yeah, you can breathe easy.
Yeah. It's like एक खिड़की खोल दिया. You're not suffocating.
Okay, so Gukesh does take on c5, and now Amrita is the time where he's thinking, which is again interesting because he can simply win the pawn, but there is a real option now, knight e5, hitting the rook, pawn,
But knight e5 you have
rook f4,
because if rook
g3,
c5 then there is rook f2.
and look at this. Suddenly, with some moves, instead of winning a pawn, I have limited your rook. And I think it's a great idea, knight e5, because I think the best move, which could be rook d4, now the problem is you lose this pawn and you hit here. So I think we were too quick to see rook c5, and guys, all the improving players or all of them who play chess regularly, something to learn from Gukesh, because he's not making his moves instantly. Like here, taking on c5 seemed more natural. He took 5 minutes, and now after taking the pawn seems natural, but it's already been 2 minutes. He's not made his move.
But don't they say like when you see a good move, play the move?
Yes, but there's also a saying.
Or don't look for a better one. Or I think even in arranged marriage they say when you find a good girl or a good boy, get married.
Yes, but there's also a saying that when you find a good move, look for a better one. Life is actually complex, right? Because there are all these paradoxical, not paradoxical, but this opposite advices which conflict each other.
Situationally.
And you should know, and I think the person who knows when to apply which rule is the real bazigar. Or the real winner.
Like suppose, let's say I don't have time, okay, and I have 1 minute in my hand, and then there I start calculating, oh, now if I looks interesting and this and that, rather than that in that situation play rook c5.
That's true.
But here you have time, here you are at an important round, critical moment, you can think for knight e5. I'll be
No, I filled it with here.
Sorry. So yeah. Why divorce gambit?
Halka says when you find a good girl, look for better one. Or when you find a good boy, look for better one. Guys, sometimes that can make you really go low on time in life. Not on the board. And then you're losing time. Oh, he took on c5.
Okay.
He didn't take.
Oh, so he didn't go knight e5 and he was clear. But rook f4.
I like this move.
Is something which we were not looking at.
No, but this is the move which we thought, right?
But he stops knight e5.
Why?
Let's ask the chat why. Like to play very simple. It's all about speed, guys. You are gonna find it, but speed and the number of people. Out of 1,000, let's see.
Vantika has won the game. Wow, that's a good news for Indian fans. Vantika Agrawal winning.
Rook, yes. Debav Sheikh, Uma Prasanna, Arav Mukund, Persevere, Yash Dave.
Tanushri Gururaj, Manan Khandelwal. Well done, guys. So, Rook F2 and then oops, Ek Kadam and mate on the back rank. So, Rook F4 has been played.
And Rook D2 is a blunder 92 आ रहा है ना sorry 95 पे है ना Rook D2 को F2 F3 आ जाएगा.
Ah, you mean here
somebody
if Rook D2. Okay.
Suggested it.
G3 maybe. Okay.
Okay, so that's cool. So Rook F4 has been played. What can we
Sorry.
be there? Can we stay there?
Yes.
It's an important game right now. So Rook F4, you don't have 95. What else do you have? Guys, let's suggest. Let's guess Gukesh's move. Next move. Rook H5 says Michael Tilak. Rook H5. Nice move, yeah. Rook H5. You're attacking H6 right now.
People want
Rook
to play
D2 is
H3.
H3.
Yeah.
Let's try to see it. The main point is you try 2-3 random moves, random and natural suggestions, and you're still having advantage. That's a good news. While we were looking at Vidit's game, number of moves were giving advantage to his opponent. That was a tough position there. So H3 is also quite a good move. Prophylaxis. You're creating a square there. What else? Knight E5 we saw. It's a mistake. Rook F2 is the problem.
Yeah, H3 with the idea
Rook.
of knight E5 looks good. No.
Yeah, and Rook E1 is also suggested, but black to play, it's a blunder.
So many
Akshit is H3 because बहुत तंग आ गया worrying about back rank for so long. Yes. Padma Priya, Srirang Nene, Ketan Pujare, Ejen Prajapati, Akshit Johri, Yash Dave, Hemant. Absolutely right there. Knight D3 and you have a fork there. So Rook E1 doesn't work. Okay, so we are looking at mostly. I also think Gukesh might go for H3 and solve this issue forever. No, John, the logo is 2022 because originally the games were supposed to happen in 2022 and they were postponed. So, yep, that's the reason. So, I'm expecting H3 in Gukesh's board. Let's keep guessing the moves. Let's go to Prag's game. H4 has been played. Okay, now the first question is, what happens for bishop takes H4? Not a difficult one, but just when you shift to a new.
बोला किधर हूँ?
हाँ, ठीक है. That's cool. That's cool. Pradyot, very, very fast. That's cool. Srirang Nene. Arvind Mishra.
Yash
Dave. Bishop B4. Basically, you are deflected. So, White is saying, I would rather have the B4 pawn. So, of course, Prag is not going to capture the H4 pawn. But it's such a long-term move. Fixing the pawn on H5. The way Xiangyu is progressing. It's good. Like Prag will have to be very, very alert and make sure that this slight initiative it doesn't pass on to Xiangyu.
Right, and also this is a very nice moment. If you play C5, what is the problem there?
Yeah, C5 is all the time, every single move you're trying and not working. But it's so natural. It's like that move which you really want to play.
Yes, but sometimes you just don't get it when you want it. Because now there's a pin, guys. What is the move? Come on. Yes, Deboshnik, Priyanshu, Vijay, Srirang, bishop takes b4, and you can't take back because the rook is hanging on c8.
Yes, there you go. So this is an irritating pin. So why not like how we were looking at Gukesh getting out of the back rank? My one question is, which I have been wondering and wondering and wondering, what if you go rook c7?
Possible. But Amruta, this is where now Bu Jiangji's last move can come to big help. Bishop b1. Bishop b1. Because if you play c5 now, I will pin you again and I will threaten a mate here.
Wow.
And if you go g6,
h5
yes,
now.
h5 can come in, or even bishop b4, because now again this pin. So
Okay.
clearly Bu Jiangji is playing not just like that. He has a plan. So now Prag defends this. Very smart move by Prag, because he's going for c5.
Oh, instead of rook c7, the way he's found is bishop a6 and go for c5.
Yeah.
Nice.
So even if you go h5, now I will have c5 and everything
by
is
the
fine.
way, important point, Human says it's not only rook hanging, but it's a checkmate. Maybe not bishop was an e7, but yeah, the back rank is weak.
Yeah, sure, because this square is covered.
Illusion. It's like just illusion. Wow. Prague has to be careful, yeah? That's for
Pramod
sure.
Saraf is saying Prag isn't playing up to his standard. I disagree. I think he's playing really well.
He's alert. He's alert.
In fact,
he's not. In fact, you make that one move and you give initiative to your opponent, but he's not doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, against a player like Bu Jiangji playing with black pieces,
Yeah.
the guy has not made any mistakes. You can't expect him to sort of win the game.
In fact, you should tell them about Tbilisi.
Yeah, I told them at the start that he's actually knocked out Magnus Carlsen in that tournament.
Krishna says sometimes.
And also, Amrita, the move bishop a6 has another idea, which is that this pawn is hanging on h4, because now I've defended b4.
That is so. Bishop a6 is a good move. You can't play h5,
It's
right?
a great move. It's a great move. Actually, now let's see what Bu Jiangji does. I think good for him would be to play queen a4 and repeat. But he's not keen. Let's see. Vidit, meanwhile, did go rook c1, offered the trade, rook e8, b6. Your move, Amrita, on board. Please be happy. Rook e6, king h2 played.
Oh, I would like to add something. It from on this board of 8 files. Sorry, not files. 8 ranks. It has reached the 6th rank.
Yes.
Very close to becoming a queen.
Yes, but the pawn on b7 is stopping it. It's not like I'll take here and you'll take with the pawn and allow me to queen.
सपने तो देख सकते हैं ना यार.
सपने देखने में तो कोई टैक्स नहीं लगता, तो तुम देख लो सपने.
CA. Please.
Yeah, once the queens are traded, I don't think Vidit should have too much trouble to draw this. So maybe draw there, and meanwhile, Harikrishna, I think what Hari has done is that after knight e8, knight d6, knight c1, knight f5, he is, has more time, 18 minutes, and he's taking the game towards a territory where, after queen g5, knight h4.
You mean when Zhu Xiangyu's time will start going lower, then Hari will start creating the complexities, because
Yes.
at that point of time, Zhu will not have much time.
That could be one way of taking this game. For now, it feels like Harikrishna's a typical Hari move is rook b8, because Hari never likes to sort of lose balance of things, like just put everything on the king side and try to attack. He likes to keep it balanced: queen side presence, king side presence, central presence, and so on. Gukesh has made his move and he's gone rook c3 with a clear idea to play g3, I believe.
And also not rook b3 doesn't make
b3,
sense.
yeah,
You have
possible.
king c7 and just getting out of the pin.
Hmm.
So g3 looks likely.
But
Iska matlab he didn't like to go h3. He
Yeah.
would rather want to go g3 so that f2 is going to be protected with the king on g2.
But Mamruta, what about rook f5 hitting here? Is that a problem or?
Yeah, once again, maybe rook a1 is fine, right? You don't have rook a5.
Rook a1, yes.
G3. 90. No?
Attacking here, here. You take, I take.
F2,
King
B2
G2,
gaya
and
na?
now, yeah. You see, black is very
Oh.
active. Rook D5 played by Wei Yi. He's attacking this way. Wow.
Ah. Yeah, the other rook was
No,
actually
now I
doing
think
nothing.
Amruta, it's getting tough for Gukesh to, and Wei Yi showing that he can actually hold this, perhaps.
Can you play A6?
A6 is rook
Rook
A5.
A5 is a problem. No, not King C7 as I thought. Oh, also one thing which this rook does is controls knight E5 for the future.
Yeah. But G3 maybe now. Because,
But G3, rook F5.
okay. King G2, I want to improve my king.
And
You
not
take the pawn?
Yeah. Rook F6. How is it so much better for white?
F4. This is like, you've coordinated, rook comes in. Suddenly black got discoordinated. So,
Man, this is, I mean, I would say this is very hard to assess. Like,
If-
I was surprised to see so much advantage
if
for white.
Gukesh's knight can get one of these two squares and King G2 and F
Yeah, that
G3,
time.
then his position gets really much better.
Correct. Wow. That's actually deep understanding.
Akshit Johri has also mentioned if Gukesh can get G3, F4, he would be doing well. That's very well put, Akshit. Guys, today's match is getting really intense.
Yes.
Um,
And we have 13,97,232 subscribers. Our aim is 597,500. So there are only two things you can do. Do like the stream and do love yourself.
yes. Bhavesh Gupta says there's always so much pressure on Prag and Gukesh to win on
Yeah.
their boards. True, in a
That
way,
is true.
yes. Because, I mean, generally players who play with white are under pressure. And today Vidit was also under some pressure to get an edge, but he's got an equal position, which is not the best for team situation, but okay. If Gukesh manages to convert, you generally need one person to strike. And I wouldn't discount Harikrishna's position. By the way, Amruta, I know Hari well, right? Because here he did go. We saw here he did go rook b8. I told he likes to keep
yeah,
balance.
Yeah, absolutely. 92. His opponent played really fast. 92.
Yeah.
That one open file there, fully open. I think they will exchange the rooks. Yeah.
Okay. So Hari.
So Savita is winning, says Sai Dattu, by the way.
Let's look at the women's
And
board.
Sri Hari says Velpula Sarayu is now 244.
2444. Yes, she's India number 4 after Hampi, Harika,
444.
Vaishali, and her now. And maybe if Vaishali lost some points, she might have also reached India number 3. Meanwhile, the position of Hampi has not been that, like, she was totally
But
better.
she did get her knight on c6. Yeah, it's a lot of work to
Black
do.
is playing
Lot of
around it.
work to do.
And if black gets the rook activated, queen could be dangerous. But Vaishali is ensuring that there are no problems on this board.
Vaishali is winning. Vantika was winning. She,
Yeah,
she's
Vantika
just
is just
crushing it.
Totally crushing it.
What about Savita? Oh, Savita, like from a difficult position, she's now
She managed to take care, which is
very surprising actually.
good because her opponent is just 1900.
No, F5, that one move. F5. Really, dark square bishop gone? Come on.
Yeah.
You don't, yeah. Okay.
So Savita is doing well. Looking at the women's board, Amruta, here Le Thao fighting back against Yifan. Zhu Jinner better against Wothi King. I think this game, because it's so passive for black, I think Zhu Jinner has great chances. Tan Zhongyi drew. And here is where actually Vietnam is looking for their point, which is Thi Mai Hung Nguyen, who's actually
Methi.
Doing well. She's better as black.
Okay, so Gukesh has played a weird move. That's what someone said in the chat, Pradyot. So let's say.
Gukesh went rook a1. He wanted to keep the pawn. King c7 and now g3. Come on. G3 has to be played. Rook e4. It's coming in.
Yeah, wo back rank. Just get out of that. Yeah. Oh, I thought I played it. You making that move. Maybe he loses a pawn, yeah? I mean, black recovers a pawn.
Black's activity is immense. Chess is tough. Chess is tough, guys. Especially without a bar. I mean, engine evaluation. Prag doing well. Queen trade. Attacks here. Knight d7. Drawish.
Rakshit says important point in late one's game and India's gold medal chances.
भाई रक्षित पहले अपने को जीतने का चांस होना चाहिए ना लाइक गुकेश इज चांस इज गोइंग डाउन सो व्हाइल लेट वन मीन माइट get a chance to bishop g7 sack.
But you can ask the question for an
No,
important.
that's just I don't want to spend too much time on this
Okay.
game.
Got it.
But yeah, tuck tuck. Too many interesting ideas there, and this is a draw.
Rook end game, please don't tell me what is a draw or what is not a draw. We have seen enough.
Oh, and this is also ending in a equalish position. So yeah, maybe the game of if he finds bishop g7 here could be 1-2-2 score in Iran versus Vietnam.
So this is critical to actually see whether late one finds bishop g7 or not. But
Yeah.
got it. After bishop a6 in Prag's game, Sagar, did his opponent play?
No, still thinking.
Boo is still thinking, yeah?
What did Hari play? Ooh.
Oh, Hari sacked a pawn, kya? Someone
Take.
said.
Queen takes, he played. Maybe
C5,
it was
C5.
better to take with the knight c1, but take c5, take d4. Ooh, Hari going in.
Okay, but if you take on d4, suppose,
Yeah, queen takes.
with what are you going to do?
Attack
take
here,
queen
here, and
takes.
here.
Okay, now if I play knight f3, oh no, c3 is hanging. Knight e4 is only move, knight d e4,
Okay, I take here.
knight takes c5,
Draw.
queen b8. No, wait, queen b8, not draw because my white can try to attack the a5 or what? No?
Yeah, should be draw.
Should be a draw.
So maybe what Hari's done is just solved all his problems.
Yeah,
and
this is going towards a draw, for sure. With its game, go.
Queen a4. You know, I'm very much certain that in spite of all the moves that Bu Jiangji has played, this game would end in a draw. But yeah, I also Bu Jiangji may not agree to a draw instantly because he sees that Wei Yi is a pawn down. And he also sees the other two boards are drawn. So actually also tough for Chinese players. And guys, don't forget that yesterday, even though Gukesh's position was equal at some point, he did lose that rook end game. So it's very much possible that Wei Yi, who has been under pressure throughout the game, can also make mistakes.
Yeah. No, it's a tough end game for sure for both the sides. Abhay says how much being the host country affects the team morale in this case for China's chess.
Sometimes I think it works both ways. It also provides a lot of motivation that you are playing in your home country, like what happened to India during the Olympiad. But sometimes, like, it also provides a lot of stress because all the people are following it. There are many of your family members. The media is just sometimes very critical, builds up things a lot. So yeah, it works both ways. I remember how Vishy Anand, when he played his world championship match in 2013 against Magnus, it was so exciting that it was happening in India. But as Anand has mentioned previously, there was quite a bit of pressure on him.
Yeah. Yeah, for a world championship event where only 2 players are playing, maybe it's better that it's not in your country, it's just some different environment per se.
That's what in 2014 when he played again against Magnus Vichy in that world championship match in Sochi, he played much better. And that was because it was somewhere in a place where I think only one Indian journalist could reach uh, in person.
Wasn't it the same where he couldn't reach on time and no, that was with Boris' girlfriend, no?
Yeah, Boris. No, that was with Topalov. 2010.
2010. Due to some storm, he was stuck at a place.
Yes, that was
It's
Topalov.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, G3 played Rook E4 and Amruta. Now the engine's best move was King G1.
No,
For
King G2, you have
yeah,
King G2 and
exactly.
you will
My
go King
my
G.
thought the same. But Gukesh actually found King G1.
What?
Yes, and now if Rook E2, I believe.
Maybe because he has realized that he wants the pawn on F4.
No.
No?
Something else is the reason.
What's the point, guys? What is the point of King G1 and not King G2? Any check with Knight D3, Knight E1, Rook F5 ideas?
I think if you play Rook here, B2 is hanging, right? So if I play B3, maybe yes.
Okay, let's go King G to
Or
understand.
Rook D3, Knight D3, Rook D1 could be the move.
Akshat says Rook E3 at some point. You want to play?
Not Rook E3. The idea is I think Rook F2 doesn't fall with a check, perhaps. This could be the point.
Oh yeah, this definitely makes sense. What you just showed.
But Rook E2, let's just see what are the other possibilities here for white. Because Rook E2 is the most natural move for Wei Yi, attacking this pawn.
So B3 was one, right? Which right
B3.
now you showed.
B3 is possible. And now Knight D3.
Rook D1.
And yeah, I think this is, if the king was on G2, it would have been different. Now Rook D1 wins for white. Because...
wins?
Yes.
Actually, kaise?
Kyunki D3 is hanging. And
Yeah,
if you
play Knight F2?
take, this is pinned.
Sorry.
So it's gone. So I think this is the moment.
Actually.
Yeah.
Such a cool one. There is a pin on C file. That's why actually there is a pin on D file. I mean, the D5 is not supported.
I agree.
Such a good, nice.
And now if you see the same line here,
B3.
B3, Knight D3, Rook D1 doesn't work because of Rook F2 and you take the knight.
Lovely. Gukesh playing King G1.
King G1 is a very, very classy move. Very classy move. It's like, it's not a massy move. King G2 is a massy move. You see it's improving. Many people will play that with the hand, like just कि हाँ ये खेल लेते हैं.
मासी मुंह मतलब मासी खेलेगी ऐसा like what? No real. Oh. Got it. No, that's cool.
No, let's see now what Wei Yi does. Because it's a nice game, if you are looking at any other sport like badminton or table tennis or something, this is nice rally going between the two good players.
Joke gambit declined, says Nihal Tilak. Okay, so did he play Bishop G7 by the way in that game, guys? Do let us know.
Oh, acha. Amruta suddenly getting interested in Iran games, huh? Didn't play.
Oh my god, he missed. I think that was like one
In fact, now Irani is pressing.
Yep.
Rook A3 and in fact, Iran showing why it's amazing play in this tournament. By the way, Tabatabai drew. Irani now pressing and Daneshwar draw. So, yeah, clearly win. I think Iran is, because they won on board 1 already.
Yeah,
so Iran,
they're just going forward there.
If Iran wins today, it's gold for them. So in women, I think Hoi Fan.
But we have very good chances for silver.
Yes.
right?
Yes, but if we lose today to China, actually we are not losing, no, in any way.
With it drew. We have a result there. Can we go there once and see the last position?
Yes, I think in a way good news for India because
Yeah, some little pressure. I mean, though Vidit would have played accurately, but that was the need to keep playing accurately. So Vidit drew. What about Hari? Hari is drawing here. Or would you say any? No, knight c5, queen c5. No, that's zero chance.
drawing
Draw. Okay, so this is also going towards a draw. What about Prag?
draw. They are
Oh, they
repeating
repeated last 2-3 moves, huh? How many times?
many times they have repeated as stuff.
Once. Yeah, this time maybe he'll repeat. So then
All
everything
eyes.
is on Gukesh.
King g1 c5 played by Wei Yi. And Amruta, within 10 minutes or so, we will come under time pressure because Wei Yi has 21 minutes. Gukesh has 14 minutes. Let's look at this position more carefully now. What do you do next?
Yes. Guys,
Oh,
keep suggesting.
I have
who's-
one idea which I want to suggest, but it feels little risky.
Is it like a classy idea? No, to don't suggest. Oh, okay. Is it like an idea which is like
Rook c1, everyone's saying. Yes, Rook c1 definitely looks possible.
Rook
But
A4 is also
after you
suggested.
defend this pawn, then knight a2 is a fork. So be careful there.
How is Rook A4?
Rook, no threat. No, what
No.
is the rook doing there?
R- let me also see.
One idea I was thinking is if the knight could come to this square, it would be perfectly placed.
अरे बस adjust कर लो ना.
तो ऐसा sort of घुमाओ 5. But it feels like when you do this, he might get rook e2. Oh, knight g2.
Yeah, because you don't have rook.
b2. Knight e3.
Rook. Acha. If you go rook e5, now you get f4. Correct?
Not f4.
Correct.
Why f4? But just weakening everything. Now f4 is not needed when the knight is here. With two rooks getting into your camp, you'd hardly want to play f4.
It's like f4 was like ऐसे बताया गया था कि when you get a g3 f4 it's great. So like by hearting a maths problem and then going to an exam and then still
Yes, it's again
Which
that
I used
same
to do.
concept, which is like rules in one position may not work out in the other position.
True. So what was your classy idea which you got?
Yeah, exactly this idea to
Knight h4.
shift the rook here, knight here. That does seem like a possibility, or to shift it from this side.
I have one question. Can I go king f1, cover the e2 square?
Sorry, king f1. Okay. Yes, go on.
So that's it. Cover the e2 square.
Cover the e2 square.
बाद में तो you will come up with other ideas ना थोड़ा. Now I can move the knight ना. Basically rook e2 you don't have. That's the whole point.
Actually, let's put a poll today, because I think we haven't put a poll yet, and it's a good time to put a poll.
Plain tea or masala tea?
Do you think Gukesh will win today, which will help India win? I mean, I'll put it in bracket, which will also mean that India wins.
Omkar asks, but what if Gukesh wins? India has chances to win gold or no chance? It's very, very difficult because
What?
Iran.
Yeah, it's in Iran's hands also, because it's not we are behind them, so they have to lose or draw some matches. Today they were facing, I think, the only team which was left, the strong team, which was Vietnam, but Lei Kwang Liam just lost to Maksudlu. Tapatai drew, and now Idani Poya is pressing against Late Tuan Min and Daneshwar Bardia. This is equal against Tran Tuan Min. So could be a draw here. But all eyes on this one, guys. Here, should we quickly also check
अपने
with
पास
our...
तो 4 eyes है. All.
हाँ मतलब 4 all eyes on that, Amruta. All
Okay,
eyes.
okay.
All your eyes on it. Humpy slightly better against Nilufar Yakuboeva. Vaishali has got a winning position against Umida. Vantika has a winning position against Afruza. And Savita has a winning position against Maftuna. So, yeah, women, I think they will score 4-0 once again.
Wow, that is huge. Then in a way they are knight h4. The classy move, the masala chai move, Sagar. Amazing. Okay, Gukesh is right there. He is going to press,
He's finding good moves.
and it's not going to be so easy. Going to be a very complicated game.
No,
Wei
but
Yi
these
has
two
double the
moves were
time.
tough.
King
King
G1
G1 and
and
Knight
Knight
H4
H4 was-
because, you know, on one hand you are putting your king not on G2 and on the other hand you are moving your knight to the side of the board. Okay, I was wondering rook e2, but I think a good idea could also be king c6 or d6 to defend c5 and then get the rook to d2. So let's say if I go king, I don't know which square would be better. It's a little confusing. I would go to c6, knight
King D6.
g2.
No, you don't want to be in the pin. Okay, but anyway.
Possible, knight e3, rook takes b2, rook c1. And knight a6. So white has coordinated beautifully here, but has lost his pawn. And I think that's the price you pay for coordinating your pieces. You give back your extra pawn. But then can you press for a win is the question. Like h4, h5, g4, king g2, king g3.
Arey, but your a5 there, akela hai.
You might even lose it. Yes.
No, matlab.
I think what Gukesh is doing essentially, Amruta, is put the pieces in a way that he can start making
But
use
I think
of
it's a
these
good idea.
pawns.
It's a good idea because more than material, if you are able to get them together, blacks, all the pawns are isolated.
Yeah.
And imagine, by chance, it's going to be a dream for sure, but the rook pawn, if you win the a pawn, then rook pawn against the knight. That's something to remember.
Yes. H4. Let's see what Wei Yi comes up with now. Wei Yi down to 18 minutes. Gukesh has 10 minutes on the clock.
Madhavan Sharma asks, Sagar sir, 2 silver is confirmed or not?
Not sure yet because India also has to play against Vietnam. No?
Oh yeah, that is another important round.
So
India versus Vietnam. We have played Mongolia and Uzbekistan, right? And in women's, we have played against China. We have played against Kazakhstan. We have played against Uzbekistan in women's. I don't remember. Chat, do you remember if India has played against Uzbekistan or not?
Uzbekistan we might have played, but the main team is Kazakhstan there in women. Bibi Sara and all of them.
Okay. So what will black play? Looking at Wei Yi's style, what do you think Wei Yi will play here?
Good question. I think Wei Yi might go for f5, f4 if the knight is coming to e3, but then Gukesh could change plans with knight g2, knight f4.
No, that is true because Wei Yi will try to, dissolve his isolated pawns as quickly as possible.
But I won't go to, like, let's say you play here, I wouldn't go to e3 because it allows f4 later.
So
I
we'll go
might
f4.
play my knight here. But yes, f5 is a definite move. Other moves, I think Amruta Black's main possibilities are these three moves.
Okay, what if I keep my king on d6? At least it gives a feeling that you're out of the pin. But maybe at some point, no, you don't want to be a knight on h4 anyway, right?
Yes, rook f3 is definitely an idea with knight f5 ideas, but let's go knight g2. Why?
And with black, I will go rook d2. That's what you were looking at as well, right?
Yes.
Rook d2
Yes,
with the
knight
idea of rook
e3.
e2. So knight e3. Or should I first go rook e2? Ah, no, rook e2 is a blunder.
Knight f4, yeah. Actually, Amruta, you see now king on d6 is worse than king on c6 because here you can't even take the pawn, knight c4 check.
Oh, nice.
So actually,
That king
king
on c6
d6
is
definitely
important.
not. King c6.
That is how we understand that king is important on c6.
Oh, by the way, big result has come in. Praggnanandhaa has drawn his game against Bu Jiangji after multiple repetitions. From this point onwards, we saw both players repeating tak 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 tak.
Nice music, yeah?
They drew.
Nice. Imagine the full song with only tuck 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 and different tunes and different speed, and then in the end, tuck tuck tuck, draw. एक word आ जाता है draw.
But Amruta, you think Hari has any chances here? I think not. I think a draw very much. Because
Hey,
you
but what
will.
if king d? Ah, yeah, you will win the a4 pawn. They say knight end games are like king pawn end games. So in a way, king e2, knight c5, knight b2.
No, just take this, no?
If for a draw, yes.
Yeah, I think white won't
White will
try.
go for it.
It's just a draw. So Gukesh now after knight h4. In fact, Wei Yi has been thinking for 6 minutes already. He has 15 minutes. Guys, remember there's no 40 move rule here. So the match now hanging with China in slightly India's favor because Gukesh is pawn up and better against Wei Yi. But we can't say that he's completely winning right now. So will Gukesh win today and give that very critical point for India, which yesterday was missed? That would be some redemption there, but some amazing redemption. But whether it will happen or not,
Yeah, what amount of pressure he will be under right now? I can't even imagine. Or maybe he has no time to think that he's under pressure, you know? That's the difference there. He's so busy calculating and finding the best moves there because that is whatever is happening in the world. One thing is clear. He has to stay focused to find the best move in the given position.
that's what also guys is some form of meditation that you, oh, he goes king d6, which is
Oh, that's a slight good news for us.
well, in a way, yes, if you wanted 7th rank for your pieces, but if you don't want the 7th rank and if you're going for some other plan, then king d6 is not a bad idea. Like for example, if you go knight g2 and now but then what
What do you
other
have?
plans?
You don't have anything.
Yes.
Yeah, can you go knight d3? Let's say other plan is like knight d3. Oops, sorry.
So sorry, knight
D3.
after knight g2,
Yeah.
but rook is
Rook d4.
check.
I,
Yeah, in a way,
Oh, the
in a
king
way,
on
this king
d6.
is not
Yeah,
well
yeah, yeah.
placed.
You are right.
By the way, Rakshit, you can update the new version. I will put the bars again. Don't worry. But if you can do that, that would be great. So that results would get updated. People would know the sort of gravity of this game. Then it will be amazing. Thank you. Rakshit, by the way, for all those who are joining in and haven't seen ChessBase India from some time, is the man behind the dhokebaz meters, the bars on the right, where you can get in one shot the glimpse of everything that's happening today. And this has been one of our endeavors recently while streaming, that the moment you tune into the stream, you know what's happening. So tournament में क्या हो रहा है? India is at number 2 in both men and women. Match में क्या हो रहा है आज? Who's winning? Who's ahead? That way you get to know. So with that has been our aim, so that people, even if they join for 5 minutes, go back with what's happening. So king d6 and now Gukesh down to 8 minutes. And Amruta,
Yeah.
very quick look at what Lei Tuan Min, and by the way, Lei Tuan Min has made a small
Equalized.
comeback. This game is actually a very critical one that's happening between Iran and Vietnam.
But maybe right now I want to state Gukesh because what move he plays is important.
Yes,
Oh,
knight
he plays
g2.
knight g2.
I didn't doubt that he would go there, but only thing was he took like 1.5 minutes. At some point, Gukesh will have to speed up a bit.
True.
And you know, Amruta, the reason, and guys, the reason why the king on d6 is worse than a king on c6 is that after knight e3, you cannot spend time taking this pawn because there's a fork. So, Wei Yi, I don't know what was his logic playing here.
No, one more question is I know maybe it doesn't make sense when you have an important game going on, but a sacrifice, exchange sacrifice like rook e3, rook e3, rook b2.
Oh, there's knight
with
c2,
this-
yeah, by the way.
Oops, yeah.
So, fe3 was better.
Ah, right. So if fe3, rook b2, and then this pawn and
But
no,
then,
how much compensation would
no,
you
no
say?
compensation, rook d1 check, both rooks active. Also, you were pawn up, so now it's equal pawns.
Do you think
Okay.
Petrosian will also say no compensation?
Yes, because Amruta, when you are exchange up, and if your rooks don't have, like when you sacrifice an exchange, you want your opponent's rooks to be passive. Here, both the rooks are like flying freely. So then there's no point, no to exchange sack.
Got it. Hmm.
Knight g2. Knight on g2. Gukesh against Wei Yi. Guys, very critical moment in the game.
Yeah, what were you saying about Idani Puya? That is a draw.
No, it's a key game.
Oh.
It's anything can happen here, and
What
this
are
is
their other results? Have they ended?
Le Kwang Liam lost to Maksudlu, so 1-0 to Iran. Tambadabai Gyeongok Trongson draw, 1.5 for Iran.
Idani Puya, maybe
Playing.
anything can happen. Unclear.
Daneshwar and Tran Tuan Min looks like complex. I don't know what will happen here, but draw most likely. And so I think for now, Iran is in the driver's seat in this match because of Maksudlu's win. Yeah, Hari, and this is ending in a draw.
Yeah.
But is the knight trapped, Amruta? Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here, can't go here.
But you can't attack it.
Yeah.
The
You can't
same,
even attack it.
It's the barrier is for both the sides. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. True. Very, very deep philosophical moment there in many respects, but we will avoid that because Gukesh versus Wei Yi is now reaching a key moment.
Wow, and Wei, okay, he
Rook D2,
does
okay.
go rook d2. He's down to 11
Gukesh,
minutes, so at least
come
the
on.
time, double time is not there.
Come on. Khelo.
No, but he has rook f3 also, not to think about. No. Okay,
Yes,
he
played
does
it.
play knight.
And now
Oh,
Wei Yi
now
goes
king c6. So that's like gaining one move, right? Because we
it's
were looking
gaining one move. But
king
do you think that Wei Yi thought, Amruta,
at
knight h4, king c6,
knight g2.
knight g2, rook d2, knight. I don't know what he didn't
Or
like.
maybe he didn't want the knight to be on f4 or what?
I don't know what he didn't like. Darshan Nayak, thank you for your super chat. That's very kind of you.
YouTube has changed the way it looks here now. The super chat.
Yes. King c6. But
Okay,
Amrita,
but it's
now
at
he's
least
threatening
one.
to win a pawn.
So in the same scenario, if you
D3?
go b3, what's the problem? Is it king b5 or is it rook a2? 1 second, can you go b3? And I have a question: if you go b3, rook a2 or king b5, can I play either of them?
Rook a2 says rook c1. What are your plans? Because
Rook
then
a5. Rook a5 after rook d1. I'm winning a pawn, right?
Yes, but all your coordination is just terrible. And Amruta, remember, if you lose your h pawn and my pawn start to roll, it will be game over. So,
So are you saying
meanwhile,
that being in Mumbai, you have all the internet connection, everything, and in Antarctica, there's no connection, and it's like a.
yes, that
Or
it's
in
that
Nashik,
I'm
there
saying
is
in
no
general,
airport.
but I'm not about this after seeing this position. But one thing which you are right about is that we've been only looking at how to protect everything, right, as white. But the moment you go from a protection mode to attacking mode, you will then realize that actually these pawns, if they fall, suddenly it doesn't matter about the material. It's like Gukesh's pawns will start to roll.
Wow, what a point you have made. In fact, we were talking about a rook pawn against the knight. And if that's this rook pawn, because the king is way further from this square and it's closer to this one, but not on h8, winning the h6 pawn might be the key to winning the game.
Yes, I agree.
Oh,
I
that
agree.
is all the time the rook d1 move.
Yes.
Wow.
If I can activate that rook at the right time, it would mean a lot. At the same time, Amruta, don't forget that Wei Yi might not be tempted to win this pawn. He might be tempted to put his knight here and attack.
Yeah, I might forget that. You should tell me again. I'm a forgetful person.
But then knight c4, I hit your rook, and if your rook moves, you lose your knight. So somehow Gukesh's maneuver with this knight was so good, no?
Yeah, plus getting that one move. Thoda timing.
Thoda.
King C6
King
thing.
G1, King G1 also. King
Even-
C6, that
yeah,
way
King
making
D6,
this
King C6.
unnecessary triangulation.
No, but it was not easy, Sagar. King D6 was so natural that you get you moving the king out of the pin.
Yeah.
So it's oh, he goes B3.
B3.
Gukesh has
Good
gone
move.
B3.
Good move.
Now, will Wei go Rook D? Okay, another move I had asked after Rook A2 was King B5 with the idea of Rook A2. But now you
I
know
like-
like Rook D1.
I like this move because, in a way, you rightly pointed out that the rook cannot be activated. And for Gukesh's next move, maybe he goes knight c4, defending here. And if you come in this way,
Oh, knight E2.
then rook is hanging here. Sorry.
Blunder. Massive blunder.
Mhm. Yeah, I think
So
rook
what do you
d5.
do for no Rook A2, Rook D1? Kya? Same.
Yeah.
So black will have to control the D file. So you're saying Rook D5. Now is another question, no guys, how to. Hey Sagar, Rook A2 को वैसे भी blunder नहीं था क्या? Knight D6 you don't have time. Rook A2, Knight A2, Knight D6 and King B4.
Yeah. Somehow this is hanging, and if you take here,
No, first Knight D6
this
check.
is hanging.
No. First Knight, you're winning material. First Knight D6 check.
But
कहाँ जाओगे?
king here.
And now Rook takes A2. Knight takes A2, Knight
Check.
E4.
Intermezzos abound.
Ah.
But Amruta, look at the time. Gukesh down to 5 minutes 54 seconds. Wei Yi has 10 minutes 38. Guys, remember, there's no increment of time. There's no 30 minutes addition. It's all now play to the finish. But there is a 30-second increment per move. So for now, we have Gukesh, who is pushing here. Knight d5 played. He brings his rook up. Very nice move. Very quick. Actually, he had kept it in mind, Amruta, because he saw that knight d5 is a problem. If he took, then rook takes. This rook endgame with these two active rooks is very good for black. So he immediately goes rook c4, so that you can't take here, you lose your rook. And the moment you take here, I'm taking with the knight. So very sharp play by Gukesh.
Yeah, actually, every single
Very
move
sharp.
since a while, he has to play accurately. Until now, he's managed to do that. And I can say it was not easy to do it even for the last few moves.
I agree.
King G1
I
and
agree.
Knight H4 and all of that. So,
I think Wei Yi has to avoid the rook trade, because if you trade the rooks, it only helps white. No, with the knight coming here, you can't even attack this pawn because there's a fork.
if you go Rook C2 with the idea of Rook C3, You have rook e1. Maybe you'll go with that idea of rook e1, rook e8, or is it too slow?
Yeah, for sure. Or Amruta just rook d1 with the idea of some check and winning this pawn.
Ah, rook
So
d1 is such a classy move again.
yeah, I mean, in general, Gukesh's last move, rook c4, has put Wei Yi in a big kind of a conundrum here. What to do? I think rook d4 has to be tried to just block it there and to say, I want to trade the knights at all cost.
Wait, let's ask the chat for their suggestions if rook d4, because very likely we'll reach this position. So then with white, I would like to think on this position. Ah. Also an idea of rook. Guys, white to
I
play.
think rook d4 is a nice move, because the moment you take Amruta, this pawn starts to roll. Also, the king can come in here.
No, I was not think. I was thinking of knight rook a4, but also some Pradyot is suggesting knight f5. But then
But-
you lose the pawn, right, on c4.
Take, and this is exactly what we wanted, the h pawn to roll.
Oh, so this is good. Knight f5 actually giving the b pawn. It's a barter between the b and h pawn.
But also, you saw, Amruta, the last move that Gukesh played, from 5 minutes 50 seconds, he's gone to 6 minutes 20 seconds. He didn't take any time. And Wei is now come to 8 minutes 20 seconds. He has 2 more minutes than Gukesh.
That's good. Shubham Shahu asked, sharp means good play or double-edged play?
Sharp means seeing all the tactics, actually.
Yeah.
And
very-
being
Alert
for your opponent's moves.
Yeah.
Being ready for it.
So here one question is, after rook d4, if you go rook a4, then you have time for knight e3.
Yeah. No, let's wait at this position, Amruta, and see what he does. Meanwhile, Rakshit has
You can
given
add
us
the bars again,
a
Sagar.
good
I have
news.
fixed all the issues.
That's very, very kind of you, Rakshit, to fix all of them.
Yeah. We had gone to, in Amsterdam, one of the bar, and it was so nice. It was a chess cafe, in fact. Oh, it was not a bar, yeah? It was a chess cafe.
Well, bar, but okay, from the bars you kind of remembered, yes?
Yeah. How else?
Nice.
It was, yeah.
Amruta, your mind actually connects many different things at the same time, and many things which no one else would think of. Like sometimes you think something and at least 2-3 people in the world think that way.
Yeah, that's why people call me weird.
Or a genius, no?
They don't call me a genius.
No genius was ever called a genius until a point.
Until they were dead.
Amruta having the hopes that she will be called a genius at least at some point in her
Not in.
not in her life.
Hmm.
Rook c4.
Wow, he's down in time than Gukesh.
Wait, yes.
Yes.
Unless he makes his move now and gets
But
30
that was
seconds more.
important, Sagar. That was important because in night end game, as we have seen in Blitz 100 times, it's going to be scary with the forks. That white's king is a little bit safer, whereas black's king is more towards center.
वो black का king जो अभी fork में आ रहा है, like it's getting into all the forks,
Yeah,
will
again.
soon become like an active piece also. So what is a weakness can become a strength also in certain positions.
That's true.
Actually, Wei Yi did not anticipate rook c4.
And that too, Gukesh played it so quickly.
Yes. And sometimes,
That
you
puts
know,
pressure,
sometimes when you make your move like super quick, it can
Which you have
put
not
a
expected.
pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, you are right. I think this move has a lot of psychological effect right now.
By the way, guys, in the women's, India has 2 wins. So we are 2-0 up. And also Humpy is better. And Savita is totally winning. So we are looking at a 4-0 against Uzbekistan in women. And in the men, we have 3 draws already on boards. 2, 3, and 4. And it's now Gukesh who's pressing against Wei Yi. And if we have to say the game of Iran versus Vietnam, they have Maksudlu won. 2 games ended in draw. So if by chance Late Tuan Min, who's white, manages to win here, India will then be able to be equal to Iran if Gukesh wins. So it's a lot of ifs and buts. But let's see if that works out. Right now, this is also a very tense position.
Absolutely. No, it's a very unclear.
Oh, he found Rook D d4. Amruta. He found Rook D d4. And here, Knight f5 was the move which we were hoping Gukesh plays. But Gukesh has taken the knight and gone into a rook endgame, which is very, very dangerous. Firstly, you can't take the rook because pawn takes defends the knight. So you must take here. And now what is Gukesh's plan? He goes rook c3. So Gukesh playing a double rook endgame.
I mean, do you think he thinks that this endgame is better for him?
He's just thinking, I think, to get this and attack here. And he doesn't see any counterplay on the 7th rank because he can always put his rook here. So definitely a risk-free edge for Gukesh. For sure, he's not going to lose this. But will he manage to win?
Very difficult, right? To win.
Very tough because Wei Yi has to find a very accurate move, Amruta, which is rook e5.
Right now?
Yes, to defend here, like rook e5, if rook c1, then maybe just king c6 with the idea of king b5. So this is defended.
That's nice. So, but what if c4?
Oh, he played king d6. Bad move.
Oh, but what if c4? Why did he not, like he was worried about b4 or what?
For sure. For sure.
B4, b5 just coming in. I still think it was interesting, rook d3. Okay, lot of calculation.
Or here, and if you take, then I take, and suddenly, Amruta, don't forget, everything is falling, and you don't have any counterplay here. So, king d6.
Okay, but what is the move which white has to find? Let's ask the chat also to keep suggesting moves. Guys, do not stop suggesting moves. Why was rook e5 good? Is that the right move which Gukesh plays?
a6 played.
How is the move, according to you? Was there a better move?
Yeah, I mean, there were possibilities like rook c1, rook f3. These were more natural, but Gukesh's move a6 fixes the pawn on the 7th rank, prepares rook a5 to attack here.
And even rook b5, rook b7 at the same time.
Rook b7, yes.
So I like that move, but rook e5. Good move. By the way, 7 minutes to Gukesh.
Yeah, he's picked up pace, which is good in a way. But also now rook endgames, as they say, are very drawish in nature. But yesterday Gukesh did lose a drawn endgame. Today he's trying to press in a drawish endgame. Yeah.
You know, in fact, I thought that he will not at all go into the rook endgame because yesterday might have left a scar on him, that rook endgame. And but right now he's like, no scar. Yeah, it's the situation, and right now I find this easy to play in comparison to keeping the knights on the board.
I guess so.
But
I guess so because look at white's pawns. They are all together. None of them is too weak, while all of black's pawns are weak. So clearly, I mean, if we remove all the emotions attached of yesterday's game, of he having to win and all of that, and just look at this position objectively, Gukesh has made good decisions. I think he's played it very well. He's pressing. The question does remain whether he'll be able to win or not, because the drawing margin in rook endgames is unfortunately very big. But he's trying his best. Let's see what's his next, because I'm enjoying the decisions he's taking, like this pawn push. Now whether he will try to bring king f1, rook e1, or does he go king g2, rook f3, rook c1? There are so many little moves like this one, as you suggested, also possible.
yeah, I think, isn't that the confusion that all black pawns are weak and which ones to attack? I mean, first thing you would love a7 or h6.
A7 for sure. But what about rook a5? I think the problem is rook b4, right? Stopping rook b5, perhaps. That's what I felt, but not really. Not really.
And now you can just start progressing or what? Oh, he plays king f1.
Maybe he's angling to trade one of the rooks, Amruta, because once
Then
one
no,
rook
with
is
one
traded,
rook it will be a draw, right?
no, but then I put my rook on f3, and then I activate slowly my king, pawns, and then you might not have too much counterplay.
I don't know. I thought single rook.
Yeah, I mean, being single in life is not so good, but oh, and by the way, a small update. Le Tuan Min is better now against Idani Poya. What a turnaround there. So that means this match between Iran and Vietnam could end in a 2-2 draw. And if Gukesh manages to convert this, India then goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Wow.
It needs few of the results to fall in our place, but let's see. And meanwhile, Amruta, just a very quick glimpse at the women's section for China versus Vietnam. Zai Mo, the game which we had the most hopes, like remember Thai Mi, actually Thi Mai lost.
Methi.
Yeah, she lost, and that means, and Zhu Jiner is winning, and also Yufan is winning. So China crushing it in the women's section.
And Rakshit says close to 2K watching. Like and subscribe karo Janta. We are very close to 10 million subscribers. Your support matters.
10 million?
Oh, 10 million.
10 million से तो काफी दूर है.
Perspective है. Optimistic.
Okay, Amruta, Rook D2. Now, guys, if Black was given the move, would love to come to F5 and hit here. So Gukesh's move literally forced to play Rook F3. And Gukesh should find it. If he doesn't find it, like if he plays something like King G2, all of a sudden Rook F5, and there is big pressure on F2. So Gukesh needs to find Rook F3 here to keep that advantage going, and it's not a tough move.
No, but it's not, the move in itself is not tough, but the problem is you have a lot of possibilities. Like Rook A5 is very natural for me.
But no, Rook F5, Amruta, your F2 pawn is hanging.
You can't go F4.
No, if you play F4, you are just losing H2, and yeah. So I think it's...
in that sense, it is like defending against the threat, firstly, for Rook F5. And there, one more question, how is the move G4? Because then I open with Rook H3 as well.
I don't know, it just feels a bit weakening. H5, trading of pawns. Also Rook D4.
H5 is very good. H5 is very good. Okay, so Rook D2, Rook F3 is a must then. Oh my god.
Is there something that Black has against Rook F3 which kind of will dissuade Gukesh from playing?
What about F5 for Rook F3?
Yes, finds it. Rook F3 on the board.
Once again, we are there.
Good move. Darshan Nayak, thank you for your super chat. Rook F3, and now F7 is hanging. And this was actually the move which keeps White very secure in the game. Because Rook is active, and White's only weakness is the F2 pawn, which Black is always trying to reach. So with the Rook on F3, that Rook is doing a dual role.
Or overworked? What would you say?
Well, not overworked.
Multitasker,
I think it's
or
a very
overworked?
It's a very
it's a question.
It's doing it very effectively. That from F3. So it's
then
not,
it's a multitasker.
And if I get the time, I would love to swing my rook this way also. Rook A4 to H4.
Yeah, if I get the time, I would also love some masala chai.
Amruta, F5. Do you think, now there's so many options, I'm getting a bit confused. One is that I want to go this way.
Okay.
Not drink any masala chai or anything. The other is I want to get my king up.
But that looks very cool. But is it possible? Because then you are going to leave the F2
pawn. Yes, that is true.
ठीक है ना, but F2 also has to become independent. Right? कब तक ख्याल रखेगा ये?
Fattu hai wo. F5 played. F5 on the board.
F5 was kind of obvious. Now is the question. Rook A4, but Gukesh says no question here. Rook A4, Rook H4, I want to go.
Gukesh got attracted
or even Rook A4.
By that idea which I suggested, Amruta. Oh, look at him being ready with his moves. So Wei Yi said, stop, you can't go there. And if you take, I'm very happy because I get a passer. So Gukesh played Rook F4. And Gukesh is using this X-ray.
Oh, but with one rook again, I'm not very sure. By the way, Rakshit says, Lurt 1 min is crushing. Can we have his bar too?
That's a good idea. Oh, now you've improved it even more, huh, Rakshit, that I can add it. I don't have to refresh it. I can add it directly. Nice. But Amruta, I feel that while late one mean has started to push Gukesh's position, what do you think?
I doubt, yeah. I mean, one rook gets exchanged, and I really doubt.
So, would you have played this position in what way? I don't know. I'm not understanding. Even if you kept the rooks, what would you have done? Like King G2, King H3, that idea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know Rook A5 how the move was, so it could be even worse than Rook A4. But Rook A5 looks good.
Ah, you wanted to come this way.
Always, always.
Somehow, I could stop you.
You didn't have time, yeah, again?
I don't know, but I think your idea was really, really worth considering for sure. But now this has happened.
Rook E6, what a move.
The bar is not really happy with the transformation in Gukesh's game. It says that black is within the drawing margins, but I think practically with all the pressure, tension, I think tension on Wei Yi, tension on Gukesh, and also Amruta, don't forget that when you have been defending for hours, it does create some additional pressure on you. So
no, I wouldn't say that this is a draw or anything or not. No good chances at all, because 4 isolated pawn. Come on, if you just count the pawn islands, which we have been taught all the time, they are 4, and for white they are 2. That says something. But black's king is now very, very advanced there.
But what? Where is? I think king is doing this. This is the direct threat that black has.
And in 2 moves, no? How do you defend, in fact?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be a race that Gukesh will have to give up this pawn, but then you don't even win any other pawn? Because this rook is going to protect these two guys. This king is protecting this. So bach gaya ye.
So I was thinking this way: King G2,
King
C6, King F3, King B5,
King F4.
King
What is the
F4.
endgame? King pawn endgame. If rook takes A6.
That is lost.
Yeah.
White is winning this.
So you can't actually win the pawn.
But rook E2 is a nice move, hitting here. And if I come back, then rook B2. So yes, somehow he is able to hold it on. And I think for Gukesh, the main problem is not that his pawn is hanging. His main problem is what is his play. Because the moment he tries to create a play, like bring the king up, this is coming in. The moment he tries to shift his rook, this hangs. So he's not able to create play.
You are saying something like a fortress type is the situation now. I'm sure he will first improve his king position. It's fine. At some point he may think of b4 or what. No, we'll have to watch. We'll have to watch, Sagar. Because all depends on what he's going to do. Oh, b4. Gukesh goes b4 already.
b4. Interesting. Because you know what Gukesh's idea is, that he wants to get rid of this b3 and c5 pawns.
But what if c4? First question. I mean, is that passer a danger?
Yeah, this is an interesting move. But there's a winning move here, and guys in the chat can find it. White to play. I'm sure Wei Yi has seen it. He won't go c4. White to play, guys. Idani is losing.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, 7.4.
Yeah. So that means
like
Vietnam, Iran is 1-1. Yeah, it's a draw. Rook A5 is the correct move. All those who said B5, not a good move. King C5, black wins. Because clearly winning. But Rook A5 cuts the king off, threatens Rook C5 and winning here. So clearly winning position. Rook A5, all those who said Rook A5, give yourself a pat on the back. B4 he must take now. Take. And now you want to come here. Wow. Amruta, this...
King C5?
This is trouble. Here or here?
No, Rook A6 is hanging, you know.
Rook A6, Rook F7, take here. I'll have two extra pawns.
Then Rook F4, no? Why you want to go Rook B7 and waste a move?
Okay.
Rook A6. Suppose. Take. Then Rook F5.
This should
so
be
this endgame you are saying very good winning chances. But
You know,
if
Amrita, one
हाँ,
second. The draw here for, I mean, the way in which black should find this is
Wave
king
should find it.
e5, because he keeps this pawn protected with his king and this attack with his rook. Tough, right?
No, not tough.
It's logical, but you see,
Yeah.
your first instinct was to come here.
Yeah, but then they know how to eliminate.
Yes, and they are 2700. So, meanwhile, guys, do like the stream and do subscribe to ChessBase India, because more and more people can join us for the Asian games that are happening. Will India win the gold is the $1 million question. Gukesh now takes on b4. Wei Yi needs to play king e5, plays it.
And plays it very quickly.
Plays it very quickly, very nicely done. Now this is hanging, so will Gukesh go rook a4, or will he first check, push the king back and then come here? I think, Amruta, now it's getting very clear that this is a draw. Why? Because if you see, the dust has settled. If black puts his king here, it's a typical endgame with one extra pawn, which is generally a draw.
So one question is, what do you think? Can this be, many times it's almost equal or something like that. Can this be grinded?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, Amruta, this one looks very tough. You can see how Wei Yi now understands this very quickly, that his king was... So while Gukesh did play b4 and did put a very key moment here for black to
I
reply.
think he missed king e5, yeah.
Yeah,
while he played b4,
did he
must have
miss
missed.
it, or because here there were still some hopes. The king could not directly go and sit here because this was weak. But the moment this was played, black's plan became very simple.
Less to take care.
Just take care of these 2 versus 3. And so, guys, although Iran has faltered in this round against Vietnam and dropped 1 match point, it's 2-2 draw now. There you can already see Idani lost. But India also seems to have ended this with a 2-2, unless Gukesh somehow magically transforms this, which is unlikely.
Not completely.
I think it's very unlikely. For me, it's like...
Okay, imagine you're playing against an 1800.
No,
Suppose 1800. I mean, that can't be.
What is my plan now as white? My king is
King
stuck.
comes to f4, then you have rook e4 check all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, what if I get h3g? If I'm able to get these two as passers, this is battered with h2. Okay, and then you have this pass pawn here.
But also, when you play h3 now, I'll play h5, stopping you from playing g4 as well. Which is, by the way, h3 g4 is a good plan that you suggested, because if I can get these 2 passers, f pawn passer, I will definitely have some chance. Although that might also be a draw. But the moment you play h3, I'll go h5. You won't let you create a passer at all.
If you go h3, h5, right? Then I am thinking, would there be a possibility to keep my pawn on h4? No time to get rook g8, rook g5, no?
Yeah. No, interesting. You are trying to really push it.
3, king f4. Though it is a draw, but I think like in yesterday, how Maksudlu could, try to keep pressing that way.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is such a possibility.
I'm sure Gukesh will press. By the way, we have 4-0 in the women's section.
Wow.
Huge result for India. Back-to-back 2 matches where our girls, and same 4 girls played. Hampi, Harika has rested. So Hampi, Vaishali, Vantika and Savita scoring 4-0 to beat yesterday Kyrgyzstan. And today they managed to beat Uzbekistan.
Amazing. So in terms of their tie break, in terms of game points, that's going like 15 plus 4, 19.
Yes.
Huge.
So that is very helpful, because the moment China falters at any point, India would have a huge lead in the game point segment. But I think also China one is winning by like 3.5 half. So, they are not letting that go away, that edge. And now,
King G5.
tomorrow actually India will face Vietnam, no?
Oh yes, for
Which
sure.
would be
No, because
another.
Vietnam moves to 8 points, right?
Yes.
India will move to 9 mostly if this
I
game
don't know
ends
what
in a
happened to
draw.
Mongolia, who's also on 6 points.
10, 9 and 8.
Mongolia was facing Uzbekistan and they are losing. Yeah.
Tom asks why China is not in the men's standing.
They are on number 6 position. Same 6 points, so that's why.
H4, King G5, Rook A6. H4 if you give, then you're happy. Can you play H3 here? Now you'll go H5. And suppose you go G4. Suppose you take, 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 Rook takes. This is a draw, no?
Yeah.
That one. You have to keep the king on H7, right?
But here
No,
there's
no,
equal
no, no.
pawns.
Ah,
no?
yeah.
You don't even
Oh.
have. So here draw.
So he played Rook A5, King F6. Unfortunately, you would have loved if your king was on F4 and pawn was on F3. But you cannot get it. Anyway,
You get that, you are winning.
No, anyway, if Rook was on B6, still there was a check.
If we draw, what happens? If we draw, then our match points go to 9. So we still maintain our second position while Iran maintains its top position. And I think our chances for gold become
Slightly difficult.
very tougher
Very.
because Iran would then be left with no strong team to play against.
They have played with Vietnam, Mongolia.
No, I think Mongolia is left perhaps for them. They have played with Vietnam, Uzbekistan and
China.
India and China. All 4, which are the main 4 teams.
What about King F4? Then there is Rook E4 check.
Important move.
You have to go back.
Yes, I think there were some points where Gukesh could have made some different decisions. Like one of them, I think, was this moment here.
Knight F5 was key.
Where he could have played this, but it's very difficult. It could have made the game very double-edged here with the C pawn passer. So I think Gukesh made a more level-headed choice of trading. And I think this was still very good chances. But I think Rook A4, this plan of trading rooks was maybe not the best here. H4, perhaps, or I don't know what else.
Position is tough, I would say.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's very tough to.
And this.
If it was a classical game, yes, you find some very nice plans, maybe.
Yes.
But
this was, I think, the final move which led to a very.
Sorry, this is classical game.
Yeah.
If you had more time, the increment of the 40 moves,
Yeah, but I don't know how to win this. I mean, it's not like there's a clear way.
Yeah.
But this made Black's task easier.
They are repeating.
They won't repeat. Gukesh will play till the end. For sure, he will play like till Bear Kings here. Because he would never now agree to a draw in this tournament. Or resign or anything of that sort.
But Vietnam did impressive, against Iran then.
Yes.
When Iran was playing so well.
Yes. But Maqsoodlu beating Le Quang.
Maqsoodlu is, what is his individual score?
We can say, but his live rating is going really high.
He was already yesterday. I had checked, maybe around 25th or what.
Yeah, like he is for now reached
25th, yeah.
World number
Now
25 with 2723, and in this tournament he's gaining 16 elo points. He beat Inamul Hossain, Wei Yi, Gukesh and Le Quang Liam. What a tournament! And he drew with Nodirbek. Unbelievable. Maqsoodlu.
16 points is gaining already from this
No,
tournament.
to beat Gukesh, Wei Yi and Le Kwang Liam is just unbelievable.
When you had come in Mumbai at Mayor's Cup, you remember that was in 2000, I think, 2016-17 types, right?
Yeah.
I think he had given an interview where he had mentioned he prepares 20 hours.
Yeah, that became very popular. In fact, a lot of people heard it and they were like, "What? Do you work so hard?" By the way, Gukesh is doing your plan. King F4 next.
He's kept
There
the
is
rook
no
over there.
check.
And then F3 will go.
And then I'll wait perhaps.
Then King E5.
And then it reminds us of yesterday's game.
No,
So-
1 second. If is King E5 still, it's not over,
No,
right?
let's not do this. Let's keep this like this. So,
Acha.
but you can go F3, right? Remember
Yeah.
this idea. And now if you go here, I have a threat. But you can still go here. I can't take check and you lose.
Yeah, but can I go King E5 there or you will go Rook C3?
Yes, maybe.
Can I go Rook B5 now?
Amruta trying for full.
Rook B7? Oh, Rook B6 is not possible. Rook B7,
Take.
Rook A7,
Take.
and Rook A3. And Rook A8, King A, or F3 maybe.
Even
F4.
if I lose both the pawns, would be a draw at the.
One Kura.
I'm sure Gukesh is quite disappointed right now because he really was pressing throughout and he's given up the pawn on a6.
But then he gets nothing in return. He wants to go Rook G8, Rook G5. You remember?
That plan is going. It's so similar to yesterday.
But there is a pawn on it. By the way, Pradyut says check Gukesh's and Wei's time. Now. Yeah, earlier it had gone down to almost 30 seconds, I think. 40 seconds. Can this get dangerous for white?
Unlikely. But yeah, I think Gukesh maybe now time to accept the draw and although we didn't win, the gap is still 1 point only between us and Iran. So.
Amola's time is not added after 40 moves. No, there is no increment. Are they going to repeat or what? If Rook A3 check. Can Maqsoodlu start with A5?
No, not Maqsood. Wei.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, now I think he will
draw.
repeat. Most probably.
Unless something happens to Gukesh, he goes king D.
No.
Guys, 2-2 draw with China would not be bad from the if the tournament perspective, like
if you say objectively and forget everything, then
but from the tournament perspective where India is 1 point behind Iran, the fight for gold is. But look at Gukesh, he's trying more. Oh, it's getting scary. I don't. But Amruta, what he wants to do is like yesterday, give a check, put the rook here, put the pawn on f4, so then everything is guarded each other, and then use the king. Play
Does
there.
this a pawn? No, it's how many moves? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. हम पांच के बाद क्वीन. Let's look at Wei Yi's speed, no? The way he's playing. He's gone to 6 minutes.
No, time
He's
now
confident about, I mean, basically it's not about the time, but the confidence about the position.
is F4 now.
Yeah, I like it. F4, A5?
F4, A5, Rook G8,
King H6?
F6 maybe, no?
चेहरा नहीं दिख रहा है.
King H6, Rook G5.
Yeah, Rook G5, A4. Now if I take here A3, your king is still blocking.
Okay.
So Rook F6 check, King G7, Rook A6, A2. Draw.
No, Soham, Vietnam has not beaten Iran. It is 2-2 draw there. The tournament is still open.
Sindel Nathan says hello, coming back from school.
Hello, Sendil Nathan. He's in which grade, Amrita? Do you know?
7th E.
He's in 7th grade. Unless he made his YouTube account 2 years ago and now he's in 9th.
Or he failed. ठीक है, आ जाओ बच्चों स्कूल से इधर फटाफट. F4, Rook E3, Rook G8, King H6 is slight advantage. No digitalogy. That's a drawn variation. Because black will start pushing the pawn. You will win the pawn. And then when your rook reaches here, the pawn is on A2. And then no progress. अमन says हमने तो इसके लिए स्कूल ही मिस कर दिया.
अरे अरे.
हाँ ना, एशियन गेम्स में many of the people if they don't go to school.
मैं एशियन गेम्स देख रहा था is a nice reason for not going to school.
In fact, in school only they should show the sports on a TV.
Possible.
It's a good education. Better than teaching 2 plus 2 or A plus B square.
So Amrita, Rook C6 check. Where does black play? King
King
G7.
G7. Can India win the medal in Asian Games? Yes, of course, we can.
Rook E3 now. Oh, it's a draw. Neeraj Chopra is playing now, Amrita. Amrita, Bhaji was here.
Ah,
So much was there.
so
I thought nothing was there.
Rook C7 check. He's gone F4. First he saved a pawn. Now he's threatening to win this pawn. And then like yesterday he can keep his rook on G5. But obviously black right now is going to attack this pawn. Yeah, that's happening. Rook A6. So Rook G3, Rook A7 check. And the point is, even if once this pawn is, yeah, book theory wise, like even if white has these two pawns, without these two pawns, that's still a draw.
Yeah, but I think what Gukesh wants to do is take king up, give a check, push him back, play king e5, win this pawn and try with f pawn. But
even that's what, without this also it would have been a draw.
yes.
So yahan to no chance.
Correct. By the way, guys, while of course in the men's section India will draw today with China, in the women's section India has won 4-0, and if we win, like Amrita, what do you feel like if India wins 2 medals silver medals. What would be your feeling like in the Asian Games?
No, it's great. I mean, winning a medal is great. Look, yes, you can be the top seed and all that.
But in
what
women,
is-
we were second seed. China
Yeah.
was top seed.
No, in general also it's never easy to win a tournament, whatever seed you are, even if you're top seed. We have seen hardly all the time top seed winning. It's not so often. So it is fine. I would say a medal will be very, very good. 2 silvers will be excellent. Also, if Iran has played so strongly, they are proving themselves,
They
here in
deserve
this
it, yeah.
tournament. Not about that, but of course, if they are playing so strong, it's what can we do if we couldn't beat them? So
Yeah. So yeah, maybe, and also we keep our gold chances alive. I think in individual, not winning any medal was definitely a surprise because we had really four very good players: Hampi, Harika, Arjun, and Vidit. But we couldn't win any medals, so that was for sure a slightly disappointing thing there. But in the team, I think they've all played pretty well. Like the women team has lost to China, and that too, I think the match was pretty close. On Vaishali lost, rest three were drawn. And in the men, we drew against Uzbekistan 2-2, which is pretty fine because Uzbekistan is a strong team. And we drew against yesterday Iran 2-2. And now we're drawing against China 2-2.
yeah, you're right. But also, Sagar, 4-0, 2 rounds is very difficult in women's
True.
to do 4-0.
Definitely.
Normally, it could many times be 3.5.
Yeah.
So I think that is incredible. Twice doing 4-0 for women's. It's incredible. Take care. जो भी है, whatever best can be done now is. But they'll play till the end, yeah? Like super end. Not like a draw, which we thought.
No, it's of course a big fight here that Gukesh has shown. And just imagine, guys, think of it in this way that if you are in a situation where, I mean, it's very
Draw.
difficult. Oh, they drew. It's very difficult to imagine where everything depends on your shoulders and you make a mistake. And then it's a crushing feeling sometimes. But then you recover within a few hours and then you come out strong in the next game, like today. And yes, it would have been a very, very nice overall, like a full circle if Gukesh would have won today and yesterday, he had lost and today he manages to win. And but it was not to be. But he showed great character. He was the one who's giving India the chance throughout for the last 4 hours of our commentary. He was the one who created the chances with some very innovative play in the opening. But yeah, Wei Yi, full credit to him for finding this move, Queen D7, and defending, giving up a pawn, defending so hard. It also shows that in top level chess, advantage is not so easy to convert.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, we have also seen like in Olympiad, Magnus having such a team with like you have a player like Magnus, and how many times they have been in top 10 also for that matter.
Yes,
It's so difficult.
not easy.
I think as a viewer, it can be a very different thing, but as a player yourself, you know that it's not each and every tournament which is the most important and you perform the best is I don't know, it's a wish, but it's not going to happen all the time. So
Yeah.
mm,
So that means, guys, today it's a draw for the men, and it's a win for the women, 4-0. But in the standings, if we see, there's a small change that has happened. India will move to 9 match points here in the Open, with 16 game points. Iran will move to 10 match points with 14 and half. Vietnam will move to 8. So nothing really changed in top 3. Just one round got added because everyone scored 2 points. Mongolia lost, so they will move away. Uzbekistan moves up to number on 8 points. So they are 1 point behind India. And tomorrow, I think it will be India Vietnam.
Tomorrow is also again critical in a way.
Very big match. And China in the women's section, China I think won their match. Ho Yifan won, Zhu Jinar won, Tan Zhongyi drew, and Zaimo won. So 3.5. So they moved to 17.5 and 11 match points, while India moved to 10 match points and 19. So India did gain half a point in game points there, which will not make much sense if match points are not equalized. But who knows? Maybe at some point it might equalize something here and there, and India might win the gold.
So chances are there. Of course, chances are there. We are not at all in a situation where we can say it's impossible now.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. Plus, very good chances for silver at least, if nothing. But I think tomorrow's game in that respect for men's team with Vietnam is important, because we will, earlier it was a little more towards gold versus silver as of now, but now it can also be silver versus bronze. Like you still have to be sustaining.
For sure. And I don't know who Iran will face tomorrow, because they've played almost all
Mongolia, right?
Maybe Mongolia. Maybe Mongolia. I don't know whom they have played, whom is still left. But guys, see you all tomorrow at 12:30. Do like the stream. Do check out the links in the description if you want to support us with the various products that we have. Some good quality ones. Chessboard, Chesspa, which is a children's book, and also ChessBase 17 and Mega Database. And also do like the stream. And hopefully by the end of this tournament, we reach 14 lakh subscribers. That would be epic. For now, take care, guys. Amruta, anything from your end?
No, Rakshit says, by the way, Samay restarting streaming, saw something on his story. Kuch leak kar do, Sagar.
Yes.
Kuch leak kar do.
He was very keen on doing it, actually.
But you're leaking it.
No, I'm not leaking it. I'll ask him if he's keen. But yes, maybe he'll start streaming, and that would be epic.
Abhay says Dawn commentary, but I think today all the games were drawn, right? For men's section.
We'll do it next time.
Yes.
Bye.